Chapter 783. Du Xiaofu said to Ren Yingying. Then he stretched his arms and said to himself, I need to become stronger. I need to become stronger. It's not easy to break through to the Emperor realm. You need an opportunity and comprehension. Once you break through, you'll be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Ren Yingying said to Du Xiaofu. She was giving advice to Du Xiaofu. She sounded like an old woman. Du Xiaofu listened to her and memorized her words. He felt that Ren Yingying was becoming more and more mysterious and unfathomable. She was also very familiar. That sense of familiarity made Du Xiaofu feel more and more clearly, as if he was just a little bit away from knowing who this woman was. Brother Qing Chun is here. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. He felt that Brother Qing Chun was outside the ancient barren space. After a while, Zhen Qingquan's illusory primordial spirit appeared in the ancient barren space. His eyes looked at Du Xiaofu in surprise. He felt that Du Xiaofu's aura was fluctuating. He said in surprise, You seem to have improved a lot. I improved a little, but it's not enough. Du Xiaofu smiled and looked at Zhen Qingquan. He said, Brother Qingquan, I want to travel for a while to train myself. I also need to solve a matter that I've entrusted to me. You don't plan to go back to the ancient heaven sect? Zhen Qingquan looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. I can go to the ancient heaven sect at any time. However, I'm not in a hurry. I feel that I need more training now. Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold. He said, For now, let some people think that I'm really dead. That's a good idea. However, if you go out, you won't be able to hide it. Zhen Qingquan frowned. This guy was too eye-catching. He couldn't hide it. It shouldn't be difficult. There are some things in the secret weapon manual that my master left behind. They're suitable for me. I'll just hide some techniques for now. Du Xiaofu smiled as if he already had a plan. Who is your master? Ren Yingying asked curiously. She wanted to know what kind of person could teach such a fierce disciple that could stand shoulder to shoulder with those guys. Du Xiaofu glanced at Ren Yingying and didn't answer her. His eyes were only focused on the little thing. Looks like you already have a plan. Zhen Qingquan looked at Du Xiaofu. He knew that the young man in front of him had his own ideas. The experience of going from destruction to rebirth had transformed him from the inside out. He knew best what he needed. But before you go train yourself, there's something you need to know. Zhen Qingquan said to Du Xiaofu, Your rebirth has caused quite a commotion. The birth of the purple flame demonic phoenix has also attracted the attention of many people. Now, everyone thinks that there's a treasure in the Stone City. Therefore, many people have gathered outside the Stone City. There are many martial kings. I'm afraid that they're going to attack the Stone City to seize the treasure. As his voice fell, the corners of Zhen Qingquan's mouth curled up slightly as he emphasized to Du Xiaofu. In fact, there is indeed a treasure in the Stone City right now. It might be because of the purple flame demonic phoenix's rebirth and your rebirth that the grass of immortality and the mysterious plant in your body have sprouted. They've already sprouted? Du Xiaofu was stunned when he heard that. The grass of immortality had sprouted. If this news were to spread, it would probably shake the entire central region. As for the mysterious item, I've carefully studied it during this period of time. I should have discovered its origin. Zhen Qingquan looked at Du Xiaofu seriously and said, If I'm not wrong, it should be the dark seeker grass. Right, I remember now. It's the dark seeker grass. It came from that clan. It's definitely the dark seeker grass. Ren Yingying was very happy. Hearing Zhen Qingquan's words, she also remembered that it was the terrifying dark seeker grass. Dark seeker grass. Du Xiaofu was unfamiliar with it. He hadn't heard much about the origin of the dark seeker grass. The dark seeker grass is a great treasure. It's not inferior to the grass of immortality. It's rare in the world. It can purify the spirit platform and suppress all evil. It's a great treasure among treasures. To cultivators, its value is immeasurable. You'll slowly discover its benefits in the future. Zhen Qingquan said to Du Xiaofu, The grass of immortality and the dark seeker grass have sprouted from your grave. I'm afraid that the entire stone city will become a treasure ground in the future. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. Then a smile appeared on his face. However, the corners of his mouth curved into a cold arc. It seems that someone has set their eyes on my grass of immortality and dark seeker grass. That's fine. I should test how much progress I've made recently. You want to show yourself? Zhen Qingchen wrinkled his brows and said to Du Xiaofu, "Your elder sister came looking for me. She was worried that once I took action, it would affect the Stone City. The Stone City is your foundation. There are many ways to show yourself. If those people want to enter the Stone City, they'll have to see if they have the strength." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. "I'll refine a few things first. I'll deal with them when the time comes." Walala! A moment later, in the misty space, Du Xiaofu's 5-colored spiritual stove and talisman cauldron appeared in front of him. A vigorous aura fluctuated as a large pile of cultivation materials was placed in front of him. A group of towering peaks surrounded by numerous mountains. A towering mountain surrounded by lush greenery and shrouded in clouds and mist. In the distance, there were countless mountains with undulating waves. It was a magnificent and boundless sight. "Are you really dead on the mountain peak?" Sima Muhan looked at the distant mountains and murmured softly. She wore a moon-white and pink brocade dress, outlining her well-proportioned and exquisite figure. Her slender waist was too small to be grasped. "Girl!" A voice rang out as a thin, middle-aged man silently appeared behind him. He wore a green robe embroidered with green embroidery, which made him seem elegant. He was the sect master of the ancient heaven sect, Sima Taxing. "Father." Sima Muhan turned around and squeezed out a smile on her charming face. Looking at his beloved daughter, Sima Taking's eyes were full of love. His glazed pupils slightly fluctuated as he said softly, "Let me tell you a piece of good news." "What good news?" Sima Muhan raised her head and said softly, "Could it be that Mother's coming back? But it hasn't been long since I went to Grandma's house. She still doesn't agree to let Mother come back." "No." Sima Taking shook his head. Sima Taking Xing shook his head and looked at Sima Muhan for a while before saying, "It's news from Shicheng. It's said that something might have happened to that guy. I'm not too sure about the details, but what I'm sure of is that that guy might not really be dead." After a pause, Sima Taking continued, "Your Grandmaster has received the news and rushed over immediately. It shouldn't take long for the specific news to come." "Father, do you mean that Guy is not dead?" Hearing this, Sima Muhan's eyes shone brightly. "The specific news will be known in a few days." Sima Taking looked at his beloved daughter. There seemed to be a faint luster flowing on his skin and a deep glazed light flashing in his eyes. He said, "It won't be long before the grand event begins. It only happens once every 30 years. This time, our ancient heaven sect depends on you. I asked you to come back because I want to give the ancient heaven sect more hope. During this period of time, you should work harder. It's your turn now." "Yes, I understand." Sima Muhan nodded. Then she raised her pretty face slightly. Her bright eyes glowed with lavender. She looked at Sima Taking and asked, "Father, if that guy is alive, will he come back to the Manchu and participate in it together?" "Don't worry. If that guy is alive, your Grandmaster Qingyang will naturally bring him back to the Manchu and participate in it," Sima Taking said. Then he murmured softly, "If that guy is really lucky and is still alive, then our ancient heaven sect will have more hope." "That's great. I know that guy won't die. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. How can a scourge like him die so easily?" Sima Taking's lavender eyes rippled with an intelligent and charming luster. His little mouth slightly pouted, and he immediately became happy. Her silky black hair casually fluttered around her slender waist, dazzling people and making them admire her. Sima Muhan then excitedly said to Sima Taking, "Father, I'm going to the ancient golden space to train in seclusion. When the time comes, I can't let that guy defeat me again. After saying that, the graceful figure left gracefully. This girl! Sima, taking Xing, looked at the back of his beloved daughter and smiled. His deep, glass-like eyes were full of love. Then his expression changed slightly. He looked at the sky in front of him and whispered to himself, "A scourge lives for 1,000 years. That guy shouldn't die so easily." But how did he recover from losing his heart? Is there really a miracle? In the misty space, the temperature was blazing hot. In front of Du Xiaofu, inside the spiritual stove talisman cauldron, rolling flames fluctuated. Inside the spiritual stove talisman cauldron, there was a soft armor wrapped in rolling flames. Mysterious ripples spread out. Secret soldier secrets. Du Xiaofu condensed his hand seals. The mysterious runes in his hand blossomed, turning into a great deal of beast energy. Afterwards, they were all engraved on the soft armor. Aoyu, beasts roared. Golden-winged pungs spread their wings. Profound clouds, scarlet flood dragons, soared into the sky, and roaring sky demon tigers roared. Afterwards, they were all engraved on the soft armor. As Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, a ray of light gushed out from between his brows. It was filled with an ancient divine splendor, and there was a terrifying wave of pressure rippling out. His ability to control beasts and refine soft armor came with ease. His movements were as smooth as raising his hand. What a terrifying spiritual root. Don't tell me it's an emperor's spiritual root. It seems even stronger than an emperor's spiritual root. Sensing the ancient divine splendor fluctuating from Du Xiaofu's body, Ren Yingying's eyes were filled with shock. What's an emperor's spiritual root? His spiritual root is unfathomable. It seems to have already broken free from its suppression. Although it has already awakened, it still hasn't completely recovered. Zhen Qingquan's illusory eyes were filled with splendor. She couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 784. It was the end of summer and the beginning of autumn. It seemed that the dusk of autumn always came very quickly. As the sun set in the west, the wind that filled the mountain carried a strong chill and began to drive the white fog down the mountain. A moment later, the shadows on the mountains quickly pressed down on the stone city. The shadows became thicker and thicker, gradually blending into the night. The bright moon hung in the sky. Tonight, the moon was dark and the stars were dim. The mountains were silver gray under the moonlight. Chi, the space rippled. Under the moonlight, the space on a mountain peak rippled. Then, 3 figures silently appeared on the mountain peak. 2 of the 3 were real and 1 was fake. They were Ren Yingying and Zhen Qingquan. The person in front was wearing a purple soft armor and carrying a rectangular purple gold box on his back. The box seemed to be made of treasure and was carved with talisman patterns. Upon closer inspection, the talisman patterns seemed to outline the pattern of a golden-winged great pung. The most peculiar thing was that the person in front had long black hair that was scattered but not messy. He wore a purple soft armor mask on his face, revealing only a pair of clear and deep eyes that shone brightly in the night. It's really hard to recognize you when you're like this. However, once you use the golden-winged great pung bird beast ability and your meridian soul, I'm afraid you won't be able to hide. Zhen Qingquan said to the purple soft armor masked man. He sized up the soft armor on his body and said in shock, as expected of the secret soldier art that was refined by the weapon lord, the power of the high-grade practitioner weapon level soft armor is even stronger than an ordinary Dao weapon. Weapon lord, this name is so familiar. Ren Yingying pondered. She seemed to have heard of the name of the weapon lord from somewhere. The person wearing the purple soft armor and the purple soft armor mask was naturally Du Xiaofu. In order to prevent people from recognizing him, he had no choice but to disguise himself. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu smiled and said to his big brother Zhen Qingquan, "Unless it's necessary, there's no need to use the golden-winged, great pung bird beast ability and the meridian soul." That's true. You should study the trump card that I taught you when you have the time. That was the ultimate move that made me famous when I was young. It should be enough for you. Zhen Qingchen said to Du Xiaofu. There was a complacent look in his eyes. He had finally revealed the method that Du Xiaofu had coveted for a long time in the desolate space. I will. Du Xiaofu laughed. He had finally managed to dig out something good from his brother, Zhen Qingchen. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Du Xiaofu stretched his body, closed his eyes, and spread out his soul power. A moment later, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. A faint chill flashed across his eyes as he said coldly, "It seems that there are quite a lot of people in Stone City. There should be quite a few who aren't weak. Do you need my help?" Zhen Qingchen asked Du Xiaofu. He knew how many people there were around Stone City, especially among them. There were even martial emperors. Du Xiaofu shook his head at Zhen Qingchen and said, "There should only be 2 martial emperors. Both of them are just beginners. It shouldn't be a problem." Ren Yingying rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. This guy really didn't know how to be reserved. She was just a martial king, but he didn't put martial emperors in his eyes. However, Ren Yingying also knew that with Yi Shiwen's current strength, he was at the peak of martial king realm. It was almost impossible for him to have an opponent at the same level. Those ordinary martial emperors who had just reached the martial king realm were naturally worlds apart from ordinary martial emperors. However, when they encountered an abnormal existence like Du Xiaofu, they had to pray for their own good. By the way, if you want to conceal your identity and hide from those people, shouldn't you use a fake name? Ren Yingying rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu and suddenly asked curiously, "I do need a fake name." Du Xiaofu's clear eyes flickered. Then he said, "Let's call ourselves Yu Tanji." At night, the cool night breeze slowly swept the night clouds. At this moment, the mountains were extremely quiet. It seemed that even the slightest breathing could be heard. For some reason, the fierce birds and beasts that usually lived deep in the mountains seemed to have gone into hibernation recently. There was no trace of them at all. Within a radius of 1,000 miles outside of barren country, those who are above martial king realm are to leave within 15 minutes. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. At night, suddenly there was a sound wave in the sky. The sound was not loud, but it was enough to be heard clearly within a radius of 1,000 miles. Swoosh, swoosh! As the sound wave spread out, countless auras that were hiding outside Stone City suddenly fluctuated. There were spiritual and soul power fluctuations everywhere. Could it be Yi Wuming? On a mountain peak, several figures stood together. The fluctuations of their auras could affect the space. Although Yi Wuming is already a 7-star spiritual talisman master, his tone seems to be a little too arrogant. An old man in a loose robe said. His eyes were sharp and cold. What a big tone. Does he think that this area is his private property? In the valley, a bald old man sat cross-legged. His eyes were shooting runes. His fat body was like a meatball. In front of the Du family, Yi Wuming, Du Yunlong, Du Jinwu, Du Zhixiong, Du Xiaoman, Mysterious Dragon King, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, and the others were all looking at the barren mountain to the left. The recent crisis in Stone City had made Yi Wuming, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, Mysterious Dragon King, and the others to guard Stone City. Who was it just now? Grandma Silverflower or Senior Qing Chun? Du Yunlong narrowed his eyes. The voice just now had also entered their ears clearly. It doesn't sound like Grandma Silverflower's voice, nor does it sound like Brother Qing Chun's voice. Du Xiaoman said, "No matter who it is, we have to be careful. We still don't know if it's a friend or a foe." Yi Wuming narrowed his eyes. At this time he had to be more careful. Time passed slowly. This side of the world fell into absolute silence. The aura of the space suddenly became tense. However, no one around Stone City left. They were all watching. Finally, a quarter of an hour began to pass. The surrounding sky was still calm. There was no special movement. Huff! Huff! The tense space suddenly relaxed a little. Many auras fluctuated as if they were being played. Which bastard is playing with me? There must be someone who wants to take all the benefits and frighten the others away. Dream on. There are so many people. How can they be scared away so easily? Outside Stone City, near Savage Beast Mountain Range, there was a mountain top. At the foot of the mountain, there was a deep valley. The deep valley was narrow and long. From afar, it looked like a long rope hanging down from the sky. From afar, it looked like a bottomless abyss. At this moment, there were 4 figures standing quietly on the mountain top. The auras of the 4 were all martial kings. No one has made a move yet. They're really patient, a gray-robed old man said. He looked to be in his 50s and had a vigorous aura. They're all a little wary of Ewuming, the silver-winged demonic eagle, and the scarlet cloud dragon. Otherwise, they would have already made a move. A gray-haired old man said. He looked to be in his 60s and had a tall and sturdy body. Let's wait for them to make a move first. We'll take advantage of the situation. Ewuming, the silver-winged demonic eagle, and the scarlet cloud dragon will not deal with them. A sturdy man in tight clothes said. His aura was fierce and violent. Mysterious runes flickered on his arms. Chi! As the sturdy man's voice faded, the sky above the mountain top suddenly fluctuated. Then, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Then, the 4 people suddenly raised their heads vigilantly. 2 figures stepped on the void and appeared above their heads. The 2 people were a man and a woman. The man was wearing a purple soft armor and a mask. He carried a purple golden box on his back. It was not difficult to tell that he was not old. The woman was 17 or 18 years old. She looked young and inexperienced. However, she was like a fairy, untainted by the world. Where did this brat come from? When the man and woman appeared in the void, the 4 people on the mountain top immediately became more vigilant. It was not difficult for them to notice that although the man and woman in the void were young, the aura on their bodies was unfathomable. I've already sent out a notice. If you want to seek your own deaths, then you can only seek your own deaths. The things in the Stone City are not something that a few martial kings like you can covet. Cold words came out from the purple-armored man in the void. His eyes were cold and his gaze was somewhat gloomy. There was no aura on his body, but it made the surrounding space tremble. Are you the one who just spoke? The Stone City is not yours. Anyone who sees the treasure has a share. Do you want to take it all for yourself? Among the 4 people on the mountain top, the sturdy man stared at the purple-armored man. The purple-armored man must want to take the treasure alone. He did not want to give up so easily. Martial King Nirvana Realm, be my slave, and I can consider sparing your life. The purple-armored man looked at the sturdy man and said faintly, I think you're still wet behind the ears. You're courting death. The sturdy man was furious. He stomped on the ground, and his figure suddenly soared into the sky. A fist print condensed in his hand, and a terrifying fist radiance burst out. A fierce and violent aura exploded from his body, like a volcano, and blasted toward Du Xiaofu. Sai Ran Yinging stood in the void and glanced at the martial king, Nirvana, realm brawny man who had arrived in front of her in an instant. There was a flash of regret in her eyes. Bang! The terrifying fist print was like a thunderbolt and blasted directly on the chest of the purple-armored man. The impact of the runes on the fist caused the surrounding space to tremble. However, this terrifying and violent punch did not even cause the purple-armored man's body to tremble. How is this possible? Under such a change, the sturdy man's eyes suddenly shrunk. The remaining 3 people on the mountaintop were also stunned. Brothers, you must have thought that Brother Ling Hu Chong would come out. I won't let you guess. Yu Tanji Ren Yingying. As a die-hard fan of Jin Yong, I'm taking this opportunity to pay my respects so that I won't be ruined by Mother Yu in the future. After today's update, Lil, you will continue to explode tomorrow. I'm not asking for flowers or rewards. I'm just going to explode. Of course. Would you really have the heart to not throw a few flowers to little Xing Xing? Chapter 785. Du Xiaofu moved. He stretched out his hand and lightly flicked his sleeve. Under the gazes of several people, a finger imprint landed directly on the former's body. Qi La! The finger seal was wrapped in some lightning glow. A frightening lightning strength penetrated through space. Finally, it landed on the former's chest with lightning-like speed. Qi La! As the fingerprint landed, the former's Xianqi defense was like tofu. It was instantly destroyed. The terrifying lightning poured into the former's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. After that, a bloody hole appeared on the former's chest. His body fell like a bird with broken wings and landed heavily on the ground. A martial king at the Nirvana realm was easily killed, and he couldn't be more dead. After seeing this, the remaining 3 martial emperor realm cultivators took deep breaths. Their faces instantly turned pale. Run quickly. The 3 of them changed their expressions and immediately fled. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They wished that their parents didn't give birth to them with more legs. Don't run. Stop right there. Ran Yingying's laughter rang out. Her inexperienced, yet extremely curvaceous figure trembled slightly. Under the envelopment of the moonlight and the light of dawn, it appeared to be suffused with a moving luster. It was unknown whether it was holy, dignified, or alluring. Qi La! A beam of light pierced through the air. Ran Yingying had made her move. Her alluring figure streaked across the air and appeared behind a martial king like a ghost. She threw out a palm strike, and it landed behind the martial king in an inconceivable manner. Qi La! The martial king had just escaped when he was hit in the back. Blood spurted out of his mouth. All of his defenses were destroyed. His defenses were like thin paper and couldn't withstand a single blow. Bang! After that, his body fell on the mountaintop, and he didn't move. He was killed by Ran Yingying before he could regain his senses. I told you not to run. Ran Yingying smiled. Her eyes were bright, and her teeth were crystal clear. At that moment, she looked holy and majestic. However, her beautiful face had the charm of a demoness under the moon. Ran Yingying made her move once again as she yelled. She slapped forward, and a spatial palm print was formed. It was covered in mysterious runes and landed on the body of the 2nd Martial King realm cultivator, Qi La. The 2nd Martial King didn't even have time to react before he fell to the ground. Bang! Lightning flashed out of the claw print. Under Du Xiaofu's claw, the last Martial King's eyes were filled with fear. He was twisted and turned into a bloody mist. All of his defenses were destroyed. He was unmatched. Du Xiaofu looked at Ran Yingying. His eyes under the mask were filled with astonishment. That girl who looked harmless and beautiful. She was a demoness under the moon. He didn't expect her to be a demoness under the moon. A living's a demoness under the moon. 2 Qinkuan bags appeared in Ran Yingying's hands. The moonlight shone in the sky. It was extraordinary and untainted. Then, Ran Yingying looked at Du Xiaofu's eyes. Her eyes suddenly became alert. She shouted, "What are you looking at?" "These Qinkuan bags are mine. Recently, Little Star has eaten a lot of my elixirs. I'm going to be poor because of Little Star." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes under the mask widened. He was speechless. So this woman rushed to attack, just to plunder the Qinkuan bags. Du Xiaofu sighed. It seemed that this harmless woman was not only a demoness under the moon, but also a female bandit. 2 martial royal realm cultivators. Do you still want to hide? Come out and die. Ignoring Ran Yingying, Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the night sky. His faint voice resounded in the night sky like thunder. As Du Xiaofu's voice echoed in the night sky, the space fluctuated under the moonlight. Qi! In a valley, a figure suddenly flew out. The figure stepped on the air and floated 300 meters in front of Du Xiaofu. How arrogant! It turns out that you too are still wet behind the ears. Do you think this area is your private property? The figure that appeared 300 meters in front of Du Xiaofu was a bald, fat old man. His eyes were shooting runes under the night sky. He was not tall, but his fat body was like a meatball. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. He looked at Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying with an extremely cold gaze. Beginner Martial Royal Realm. Du Xiaofu looked at the bald old man in front of him. This was the first time he had met a Martial Royal Realm cultivator. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu did not have any fear. He was at the peak of the Martial King Realm. Du Xiaofu had never feared anyone at the same level as him. Although the other party was a beginner Martial Royal Realm cultivator, Du Xiaofu was also not afraid. Du Xiaofu wasn't sure how strong he was right now, but he knew that Du Xiaofu wasn't strong enough. However, Du Xiaofu knew that if they fought now, he was 100% sure that he could kill this beginner Martial Royal Realm cultivator on the spot. Ignoring the bald old man, Du Xiaofu looked at the sky and continued, "There is one more person. Come out." As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the space where Du Xiaofu was looking at fluctuated again. The figure of an old man in a loose robe slowly spread out. His eyes were filled with coldness. The fierce aura around him spread across the sky and invisibly enveloped the entire stone city. Look, they are fighting. Who are that man and woman? They don't look too old. They are Martial Royal Realm experts. Be careful. Outside the Du family, Yi Wuming, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, the silver-winged demonic condor, the Black Dragon King, Eagle King, Gong Dao, and the others were already looking at the distant sky. Whoosh, whoosh! In the night sky, as the second old man in a loose robe appeared in the night sky, 5 more figures followed behind him. Boss, it's 2 juniors who are still wet behind the ears. This child is really of the highest quality. The 5 figures stood together. Their auras could affect the space. All of them were at the Martial King Realm. One of them was even at the peak of the Martial King Realm. It's just too wet behind the ears. Kill the man, but we can keep the woman. When the 5 Martial King Realm cultivators appeared, their eyes were all attracted by Ren Yingying. No one paid much attention to Du Xiaofu. Bastards! I will kill you, and your Qinkuan bags will be mine. Ren Yingying was enraged when she heard their obscene words. Ling Hui's eyes flickered with coldness, but he still looked extraordinary. Under his anger, there was an indescribable majesty and holiness. The 2 Martial Royal Realm Qinkuan bags are mine. The other 5 are yours. Du Xiaofu said to Ren Yingying. There were so many Qinkuan bags, he could not give them all to the female bandit. No, give me the 2 Martial Royal Realm Qinkuan bags, and the rest are yours. Ren Yingying objected, her hair fluttering behind her back. She was not stupid. The Qinkuan bags on the 2 Martial Royal Realm cultivators must have many good things. The value of a Martial King Realm cultivator was definitely not comparable to a Martial Royal Realm cultivator. 2 wet behind the ears juniors. How dare you boast so shamelessly? Do you want to die? The bald fat elder heard Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying's unscrupulous words and did not take them seriously at all. His face immediately turned gloomy and ugly. However, the bald old man had also determined that these 2 young envoys weren't simple based on the way they had acted. At this moment, there were a few other people beside him. There were many other Martial King Realm cultivators hiding in the surroundings who were still watching. He did not immediately take action. The bald elder was not a fool. If he took action first, it was inevitable that others would take advantage of him. As if he knew the bald elder's thoughts, the fierce elder in the wide robe frowned slightly. He looked at the bald elder in the distance and said, "Fat Emperor, it seems that everyone is here for the same reason. How about this? I will take care of the man, and you will take care of the woman. When the time comes, we will work together to deal with Yi Wuming. We will split the treasures in the stone city equally. Since we have been here for so long, let's not delay any longer in case something unexpected happens. What do you think? TSK, in that case, let's do it. The fat, bald elder nodded. As he spoke, the profound chi in his body surged as his gaze locked onto Ren Yingying. Do it! A fierce glint flashed across the eyes of the fierce elder in the wide robe. In an instant, the profound chi in his body surged out in an earth-shattering manner. He stomped his foot in the air, and his figure turned into a lightning afterimage as he directly rushed towards Du Xiaofu. As the old man in the wide robe made his move, the 5 martial king realm cultivators behind him smiled. In their hearts, with their boss taking action, that kid who was pretending to be mysterious would naturally be killed. Chi. In a short instant, the figure of the old man in the wide robe had already appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Boom! A vast and terrifying energy swept out. The former waved his hand, and along with the runes, a fist print was formed. It was as fast as lightning and directly bombarded Du Xiaofu. So fast! The expression of the bald old man, who was called the Fat Tua Emperor, changed slightly when he saw the speed at which the old man in the wide robe attacked. Everything happened in a flash. The fist of the old man in the wide robe directly landed on Du Xiaofu's chest. Bang! A terrifying and fierce rune force suddenly descended from the fist print like lightning, causing the surrounding space to tremble and distort. Chapter 786. At that moment, mysterious talisman inscriptions suddenly appeared on Du Xiaofu's purple soft armor. Faint, beastly roars could be heard. Chi. At the same time, even before the fist imprint landed, Du Xiaofu's eyes seemed to emit endless rays of light. The light from the mysterious patterns of the talismans overlapped and finally enveloped the former's body like a ray of light. The light shrouded Du Xiaofu's body and soul. In that short moment, Du Xiaofu seemed to have sensed something. His gaze changed and his eyes became dazed. Martial Royal Realm is only SOSO. Du Xiaofu moved and sighed softly. Murderous intent gushed out from his eyes under the mask. Immediately, he also threw out a punch. Boom! There was a thunderous roar on the fist. Low and deep explosive sounds continued to be emitted from the space, causing the space to tremble violently. It was as though the space was about to be blasted apart by this terrifying punch. A terrifying punch blasted out. It seemed to be able to destroy everything in its path. It rapidly landed in front of the stern-looking old man in a wide robe. At that moment, the old man in the wide robe was dazed. He had yet to recover from the shock. Bang! Everything happened too quickly. It was so fast that the onlookers, both inside and outside the Stone City, were shocked. The lightning fist landed directly on the chest of the old man in the wide robe. Suddenly, lightning overflowed and the air trembled. At that moment, all the disciples of the Du family felt their blood tremble and fluctuate. Under the fluctuation of the lightning, they were affected and their expressions changed. Bang, bang! Lightning flashed in all directions. A dignified martial royal realm cultivator who had just reached the martial royal realm was directly smashed into meat paste in the blink of an eye. A thick mist of blood sprayed out. He did not even have time to scream before his spiritual soul was destroyed. The 5 martial king realm cultivators who were sneering suddenly looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their sneers froze on their faces, and their eyeballs bulged out. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. "Oh, no, I misjudged him." The bald old man who was about to make a move against Ren Yingying was stunned, and when he saw the fierce old man in a wide robe was actually blasted to death with a single move, he was shocked out of his wits. How could he still dare to make a move against Ren Yingying? He instantly leaped up and fled. Don't you think it's a little too late to escape now? Killing intent flickered in Du Xiaofu's eyes. In the blink of an eye, his feet moved like a deity as his silhouette flashed out like lightning. With a wave of his hand, The mysterious runes on his talisman condensed into a stalk of grass that flew out. This stalk of grass was sparkling and translucent. It was shaped like a mushroom and looked like a real object. As the stalk of grass flew out, a powerful pressure descended from the sky, causing everyone's eyes to tremble and their meridians and souls to tremble. There was no reason for fear, and it even made people feel as if their life force was being sucked out of their bodies. This stalk of grass seemed to be able to destroy stars and annihilate living beings. This was the grass of immortality. The mysterious runes around it turned into a whirlpool and instantly wrapped around the fat Tuo Emperor, who was about to escape. The terrifying power of the grass of immortality made the fat Tuo Emperor pale as fear crept out from the depths of his soul. The fat Tuo Emperor was horrified. The profound qi in his body continued to surge as he activated his martial soul. In the end, his body seemed to turn illusory as he turned into a fat lizard. The lizard's body shone brightly as it unleashed a terrifying power, trying to break free from the power of the grass of immortality. That guy's demonified. Outside the Du family, Dr. Wuming was shocked. He whispered to Du Yunlong and the others, "If I'm not wrong, that's the fat Tuo Emperor, a martial emperor who has been famous for a long time. His vain spirit is a ghostly demonic lizard. When a martial emperor reaches the martial emperor realm, he can become one with his vain spirit. For ordinary martial artists, this is the strongest ability." Roar! The fat Tuo Emperor demonified as if he had turned into a real, ghostly demon lizard. His beast could resist the grass of immortality. But no matter how he resisted, the mysterious rune whirlpool did not slow down at all under the suppression of the grass of immortality. Instead, it grew stronger and stronger, as if it was about to devour all life in this space. Whoosh! The grass of immortality spun. A stalk of grass could destroy everything. It was incomparably terrifying as it directly swallowed the fat Tuo Emperor's demonified body and forced him back to his original form. Kill without mercy. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. Under the countless gazes of the people inside and outside the stone city, a claw appeared in his hand, and lightning raged. No. Fear crept out of the fat Tuo Emperor's soul as the claw flashed with lightning. It landed directly on his body. "My life is over!" The fat Tuo Emperor's pupils constricted as despair filled his eyes. He had never thought that the young masked man in front of him would be so terrifying. His true martial emperor cultivation was so weak that he could not even withstand a single blow. Bang bang! A low-energy explosion resounded in the sky. Under the countless gazes of the people inside and outside the stone city, the fat Tuo Emperor's body was hit by the terrifying lightning claw of the masked man in purple soft armor. Almost instantly, he screamed in agony as his flesh and blood turned into a bloody mess. The martial emperor's body was like tofu as it turned into a bloody mist that scattered across the sky. Seeing another martial emperor's body turn into a bloody mist in midair, the gazes of the people inside and outside the stone city trembled. The entire stone city fell into a deathly silence as everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. "Since you're courting death, then I'll kill you all." Du Xiaofu's faint voice resounded in the night sky again. "Run, run quickly!" The 5 martial king realm cultivators who came with the broad-robed old man all fled in horror, not daring to stay any longer. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. "Kill!" Du Xiaofu stepped out. As he attacked, lightning flashed across the sky. One by one, the martial kings exploded and fell from the sky like ants. "The Qianquan bag is mine. Leave some for me." A delicate voice resounded in the night sky as the fairy-like woman appeared in front of everyone inside and outside the stone city. That beautiful woman was clearly holy and majestic like a fairy, but she was also like a demoness and a bandit. When the demoness attacked, the martial kings were like ants that could not withstand a single blow. She then focused on stealing the Qianquan bag. Bang, bang, bang! At night, deep sonic booms resounded in the sky, both inside and outside the mountain range. All sorts of screams echoed outside the stone city. "Run, run quickly! Save me, save me!" The screams were endless as the martial kings in the sky and on the ground were killed one after another. Killing a martial king. This was killing a martial king. A martial king realm cultivator was considered one of the strongest in the entire central state. But at this moment, they were like ants outside the stone city. Outside the Du family, Wuming Du Yunlong, the silver-winged demonic condor, the mysterious dragon king, and the others looked at each other as they swallowed their saliva. Those martial king realm experts who were coveting the treasures outside the stone city could only be slaughtered like cabbages on the market. Second brother, did you feel that the young man in purple soft armor, Du Xiaoman, looked at the night sky and listened to the screams and screams that were accompanied by the muffled sounds of energy? Her eyes trembled as she looked at Du Yunlong. I thought I was the only one who felt that. But it seems Du Yunlong's eyes trembled with excitement as he looked at Du Xiaoman. His eyes were filled with intense joy as he said, "He must have a reason for doing this. Let's try to block the news as much as possible." At dawn, the terrifying commotion within 1,000 miles of the Talisman Institute outside the Stone City finally subsided. Heaven and earth returned to silence. Only the bloody aura floating in the sky left an inextinguishable mark on this terrifying night. After the incident, people estimated that no less than 40 martial kings were killed outside the Stone City, which was equivalent to several martial kings of empires. There were also 2 martial emperors who were easily killed. This degree of shock shocked everyone. It was said that the Stone Dragon Empire's imperial palace was greatly shocked. Before dawn, the moon was still hazy and there were light clouds in the sky. The mountain peak was surrounded by a group of silent mountains. The thousands of mountains and valleys seemed to be clanging invisibly. 19. I only have a dozen Qinquan bags. Du Xiaofu, can you give me a few more? On the mountain peak, Ren Yingying counted the Qinquan bags in her hand. Little Star in Ren Yingying's arms was chewing on a spiritual medicine. Its mouth was full of light and its eyes were filled with satisfaction. What's mine is mine. Don't even think about it. Du Xiaofu hurriedly shook his head and put away the Qinquan bags. He was afraid that Ren Yingying would come and snatch them away. You stingy guy. Little Star eats too much. Why don't you give me some spiritual medicine? Ren Yingying looked at Du Xiaofu. She was otherworldly and like a demoness. In short, she didn't have the modesty of a normal young girl. Give that ingrate spiritual medicine. Du Xiaofu looked at Little Star in Ren Yingying's arms. His eyes were filled with disdain and a little bit of hatred and jealousy. He said, "Don't even think about it. I have spiritual medicine for myself." Ow, ow. Little Xingxing seemed to be able to understand what Du Xiaofu was talking about. Its watery golden eyes were filled with grievances as it looked at Du Xiaofu. It raised its head slightly and emitted "ao, ao" sound from its mouth. You're just an ingrate. Du Xiaofu ignored Little Star. In any case, he was the one who allowed it to be born. However, this ingrate actually pestered that female bandit all day long. This made Du Xiaofu very unhappy. He felt an inexplicable sense of defeat. Fine, I won't give it to you. Chapter 787. Fine, I won't give it to you. Seeing that Du Xiaofu really did not intend to give her the spiritual herbs or the Qinquan bags, Ren Yingying stomped her feet and no longer paid attention to Du Xiaofu. She began to form hand seals and opened the Qinquan bags in her hands one by one. Ren Yingying wasn't a talisman master, but she seemed to have the ability to open the Qinquan bags. She didn't need Du Xiaofu's help at all. Qi. Zhen Qingquan's illusory soul appeared on the mountain peak. He looked at Ren Yingying, who was sitting cross-legged and opening her Qinquan bag. His eyes rippled slightly, and some shock flashed through them. Afterwards, he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "You seem to have improved tremendously." "Not bad." There was a smile in Du Xiaofu's eyes under the mask. He had a rough understanding of his progress and his current strength after the test. Both his strength and the toughness of his physical body had improved tremendously. The rebirth this time, coupled with the power of thunder and the power of the stars, one yang and one yin, one hard and one soft, both were extremely powerful energies. His body had become much stronger than before. In addition, with the soft armor refined by his master, the revered weapon's secret weapon tactics, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to determine that his cultivation was at the peak of the martial king realm. However, the strength of his physical body was enough to completely ignore the cultivation of an ordinary martial royal realm beginner. As for his own strength, Du Xiaofu was a little excited. Just as he had guessed earlier, he was completely capable of killing those who had just reached the martial royal realm. Even if Du Xiaofu were to face an ordinary martial royal realm cultivator at the mysterious level, he would still be able to face him head-on without fear. With this, the Stone City will be safe for a while. At least martial royal realm cultivators won't dare to covet the Stone City. Zhan Qingchen looked at Du Xiaofu and asked slowly, "Where do you plan to go next?" 7-star Hall. Du Xiaofu raised his head. His eyes flickered. He already had a plan in mind. Back then, his master had asked him to go to the 7-star Hall to find a body for his master. During this time, the primordial spirit of his master, the revered weapon, was still in the heavenly palace of purple gold, using the primordial spirit forbidden secret technique to seal the soul of the murderous weapon in the heavenly palace of purple gold, so that he could strengthen the new weapon spirit in the heavenly palace of purple gold. However, Du Xiaofu was worried that he had been forced to activate the purple gold heavenly palace twice. Purple gold, heavenly palace's palace, the murderous weapon's soul. Master's weapons, the primordial spirit forbidden techniques, his forbidden technique. If the weapon master's was Teat the murderous. S-star was two's artses to his testi. His, S, T, 7 stars palace. Zhen Qingchen raised his head with a knowing look in his eyes. "It's time to do what my master asked me to do," Du Xiaofu said softly. He was no longer as weak as before. His master's body was still in the 7-star Hall. He had to find his master's body as soon as possible. If there was a problem with the purple gold heavenly palace, and his master's primordial spirit could no longer suppress the soul of the murderous weapon, as long as his master's body was still there was still a chance for his master to recover. This was what his master had asked him to do. "Be careful," Zhen Qingchen said to Du Xiaofu. "During this time, I also need to prepare to recover. With Dr. Wuming around, he should be able to help. Once I recover, I'll go and find you." "Brother Qingchen, is there anything else I can help with?" Du Xiaofu asked. His brother Zhen Qingchuan's recovery was a big deal. Du Xiaofu was a little worried. "Don't worry. You've already helped me get the eternal wood. I've also prepared other things. There won't be any difficulties. It's just a matter of time." Zhen Qingchen looked at Du Xiaofu and said seriously, "When your brother recovers, I'll most likely be able to go further. At that time, you won't have to be afraid of many people in the central province. There are some things that I'll do with you." "All right." Du Xiaofu nodded, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile. In the early morning, the mountains had just emerged from the thin curtain of night, revealing a gray outline. Du Xiaofu, I remember now. The venerable weapon is the hall master of the 7-star Hall. It's said that he's an expert from more than 1,000 years ago. How can you be his disciple? Du Xiaofu, why are you going to the 7-star Hall? It's said that the 7-star Hall is independent. They used to have a lineup of first-class forces, but they've always been independent. Although they still have some foundation, it's getting worse year by year. Their foundation is not as deep as that of the ancient divine sect, the mysterious charm sect, and the Great Luin sect. I'm afraid that even if the 7-star Hall joins forces, it'll be difficult for them to compete with the mysterious charm sect. Du Xiaofu, your master is the venerable weapon. Don't tell me that you're going to ask your master to help you go against that clan. Du Xiaofu, let me remind you, even if your master, the venerable weapon, goes there in person, he won't be able to compete with that clan. In the early morning sky, two figures streaked across the sky. Their speed was as fast as lightning, and they disappeared in an instant. At dusk, the setting sun sprinkled golden light on the earth. The entire mountain range was draped with a layer of golden gauze, like the wings of a cicada. The ravines of the mountains were covered with a layer of mysterious light golden color. Under the valley, smoke filled the air, and the aroma of meat filled the air. Du Xiaofu held a fat rabbit leg. He stared at Ren Yingying and asked, "Who are you? Why are you following me? You seem to know everything about me." "It's not strange that I know about you. However, I don't know much. For example, I don't know that the venerable weapon is your master. Don't tell me that you're really going to ask your master to help you go against that clan?" Ren Yingying smiled faintly. Her mouth was full of grease. Her table manners were not inferior to Du Xiaofu's at all. Little Star's small body was like a bottomless pit at this moment. A large piece of roast meat was greedily swallowed into his mouth. It was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. He kept staring at the rabbit leg in Du Xiaofu's hand. He looked very pitiful. One look at him would make one's heart melt. "I have something to do in the 7-star hall. My master is the venerable weapon. However, if someone owes me something, I won't trouble my master. I will take it back myself." Under the mask, Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold. "Take it back yourself? How are you going to take it back?" After a big meal, Ren Yingying seemed to be full. She could not help but burp. She did not act like a reserved girl. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the grease on her hands. She smiled and said, "It's really delicious. I've never eaten such delicious roast meat. At home, the smelly old man and my family members don't allow me to eat these. They say that the 5 grains and sundries will produce filthy energy and harm one's cultivation. I'm still alive. I'm still young. One day, I will settle some debts. I will take back what is owed to me." Du Xiaofu looked at the sky with determination in his eyes. Hearing this, the smile on Ren Yingying's face froze for a moment. Then, she laughed until she was swaying back and forth. She did not care about her image at all. However, her every move and every frown and smile was still so pure and untainted. She was born with a sense of holiness and majesty. After a while, the laughter stopped. Ren Yingying looked at Du Xiaofu and raised her eyebrows. She said, "Seriously, I know that you are very strong and talented now. However, I'm not trying to discourage you. In this world, there are some forces and people who are really strong. The degree of their strength is beyond the imagination of the people outside. The clan that you want to take back is definitely a huge monster. They have countless years of foundation. They are indestructible and detached from worldly affairs. How can you fight against them alone? The clan that you're talking about, who was the first person to lead that clan to where it is now?" Du Xiaofu stood up and looked at Ren Yingying. "The first person." Hearing this, the smile on Ren Yingying's face froze again. "They are a huge monster. They are indestructible. In that case, I will create a powerful clan that belongs to me and gather my own huge monster." Du Xiaofu looked at Ren Yingying. Lightning flickered in his eyes. His gaze was resolute as he said, "I know that this will be very difficult. Fortunately, I am still young. I have already died once. Is there anything in this world that can stop me?" As his voice faded, a jade bottle appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. He pulled out the cork, and a ball of resplendent liquid was directly sucked into Du Xiaofu's mouth. Accompanied by the multicolored light, it was like a resplendent pillar of light. It was the Swanee essence blood. It was the blood of the Swanee that Du Xiaofu had collected after killing the Swanee in that clan, after which he had extracted the impurities and refined it into rich essence blood. Gulp! As the Swanee essence blood was sucked into Du Xiaofu's mouth, a faint hissing sound roared out from within his body. A terrifying violent energy instantly rushed out from within Du Xiaofu's body. It spread to his internal organs, seeped into his bones, muscles, and cells, causing Du Xiaofu's face to immediately turn red. Although Du Xiaofu's physical body had been strengthened to a terrifying level, it was still not enough. However, the violent energy rushing out from within his body was like 10,000 beasts galloping in his body. It wanted to completely destroy his body and smash it into pieces. It was still unbearable for Du Xiaofu. The Swanni essence blood was at the Beast King realm. If other perfect martial king realm cultivators directly swallowed its violent essence blood, their bodies would have exploded and they would have died on the spot. The third watch has arrived. There will be an update at around 10 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 788. What is this fellow doing? Rin Yingying was shocked when she saw Du Xiaofu directly swallow the blood essence of the demonic beast. Ren Yingying felt that this fellow in front of her seemed to have endless secrets. The terrifying and violent energy seemed to want to tear Du Xiaofu's body into pieces. It seemed that if he cried out, it would at least make him feel better. The first level of the Golden Rocks body tempering technique was to refine the golden feathers. It required spiritual herbs to refine the body. Du Xiaofu had already completed the first level of refining the golden feathers. The second level of the Golden Rocks body tempering technique required him to swallow the blood essence of the demonic beasts on the heavenly beast ranking. He used the most violent energy contained in the blood essence to refine the bones and cleanse the marrow. Du Xiaofu had just swallowed the blood essence of a Xianyun's scarlet dragon and had been delayed at this level. Although his body was becoming stronger with the help of different external forces, this had nothing to do with the second level of the Golden Rocks body tempering technique. Bone refining and marrow cleansing was the body refining technique of the golden-winged Great Peng. The higher the level of the heavenly beast ranking monster beast it swallowed, the better the effect of its blood essence on the bone refining and marrow cleansing. Du Xiaofu had set his eyes on the Swanni's blood essence when he was in that clan. Not only could it refine the bone refining and marrow cleansing, it could also suppress all evil creatures. It was a great opportunity. The Swanni's blood essence was not to be underestimated. The violent energy surged in his body and spread throughout his organs, bones, muscles, and cells. However, this was not a big problem for Du Xiaofu. Forcefully enduring the intense pain that felt like his body was about to explode, Du Xiaofu condensed a hand seal and used his profound energy to guide the violent blood essence energy in his body to cleanse his bones and strengthen his body. Gu. Mysterious talisman markings began to spread out around Du Xiaofu, constantly changing. In the end, they transformed into the image of an enormous Swanni. It spread its wings and circled around Du Xiaofu, roaring. The Swanni's shadow was ferocious and looked as if it wanted to tear Du Xiaofu into pieces. However, the Swanni's shadow was just a bluff. It could not really do anything to Du Xiaofu. Ao, little star was in Ren Yingying's slender hand, and its golden eyes roared the Bayan phantoms around Du Xiaofu without any fear. If it weren't for Ren Yingying suppressing it, it would have rushed over and roared a few times. Is this fellow looking for torture? Ren Yingying looked at Du Xiaofu. Her eyes flickered slightly and rippled. She finally knew why this his body's body was so terrifying. This guy was simply masochistic. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to play with their own bodies like this. Only he would dare to be so perverted, to build his own wealthy family. The corner of Ren Yingying's delicate lips moved slightly. She looked at the young man's face under the mask in the mysterious runes. She murmured, "After this fellow was reborn, it seems that some parts of him have changed, bone and marrow cleansing." Xianqi guided the energy of the demonic beast's blood essence to impact the body. Inside Du Xiaofu's body, there was light spreading from inside to outside. The bright light and runes were flickering and constantly changing. The next morning, the light of dawn lifted the veil of night. The sun rose from the east, spitting out the brilliant morning light. Huff! Du Xiaofu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The faint golden light around his body converged and entered his body through his mouth, nose, and pores. He opened his eyes. Various kinds of light overflowed in his eyes, and then they became clear again. Under the purple soft armor, Du Xiaofu's skin was sparkling and translucent. It was suffused with multicolored light and became extremely powerful. Then Du Xiaofu looked at a layer of star-like light fluctuation not far away. It seemed to be connected to the broken stars in the sky. There was a graceful figure sitting cross-legged in it. Her figure was also graceful, and her skin was otherworldly under the morning light. Walala! After a while, the morning light fluctuation retracted. She exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The eyes on that exquisite face opened, and they were as vast as the stars. What a familiar aura. It seems to be Qi Yixi's aura, but it doesn't seem to be, sensing Ren Yingying's aura. Du Xiaofu felt a sense of déjà vu. He finally recalled that Ren Yingying's aura was extremely similar to that of Qi Yixi in Tianwu Academy. However, this demoness was clearly not Qi Yixi. What are you secretly looking at? Ren Yingying stood up and stretched. Whoosh! Little Xingxing also took the opportunity to come out from his bosom. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as his watery golden eyes looked at Du Xiaofu intentionally or unintentionally. Do you know someone called Qi Yixi? Du Xiaofu looked at Ren Yingying carefully. He had fought with Qi Yixi before. He felt that Ren Yingying's aura was very similar to Qi Yixi's aura. This made Du Xiaofu puzzled. Qi Yixi? I don't know her. Ren Yingying shook her head. She looked at Du Xiaofu and asked curiously, Who is Qi Yixi to you? Is she as beautiful as me? You are really shameless. Du Xiaofu stared at Ren Yingying for a while and said, helplessly, You make it seem like you know how to be shy. Ren Yingying took a deep breath of the fresh morning air. Her small waist was so slim that it could be held with one hand. How long are you going to follow me? Du Xiaofu looked at Ren Yingying seriously and asked. He couldn't let this woman follow him forever. This Ren Yingying was too mysterious and unfathomable. This made Du Xiaofu feel insecure. I'm free these days. How about I follow you to the 7-star hall to take a look? Ren Yingying smiled. Her beautiful face was full of smiles. She was so beautiful that Du Xiaofu couldn't help but take a few more looks. Why do you insist on following me? Du Xiaofu wasn't too willing. Why are you asking so many questions? Ren Yingying smiled. Her eyes were bright and bright. She then asked curiously, Do you really want to create your own wealthy family? Do you want me to join you? I can help you. This should be fun. Why? Du Xiaofu was stunned. This woman couldn't be judged with common sense. Think about it. If I really helped you create your own wealthy family, I would definitely feel a sense of accomplishment. In the future, that smelly old man and those arrogant fellas of my family wouldn't be able to order me around anymore. As she spoke, Ren Yingying smiled smugly, full of a sense of accomplishment. Du Xiaofu looked at Ren Yingying. After a while, he said, You're crazy. You're the one who's sick. You're sick all over. Ren Yingying glared at Du Xiaofu. She put her hands on her hips and said, I am your savior. How dare you scold me? Hey, Du Xiaofu, where are you going? Wait for me. Do you know where the 7-star hall is? You're going the wrong way. Let me tell you something. Little Star has eaten too many elixirs. Can you give me some elixirs? No way. Even if that ingrate starves to death, I won't give it the elixir. Is that so? Then we can only go up and rob. We can't let little Xingxing starve, right? Time passed quietly like the sand between one's fingers. In one night, dozens of kings were killed in the Stone City. 2 martial emperors were easily killed, which made everyone fearful. There were rumors that a guardian had appeared in the Stone City. It was a super expert who guarded the entire Stone City. There were also rumors that it was done by Grandma Silverflower in the Dark Forest. After all, Grandma Silverflower had appeared when the desolate country was founded. There were many versions of the rumors, but there was no doubt that not many people would dare to covet the treasures of the Stone City. 2 days later, it was said that experts from the ancient Heaven sect came to the Stone City. They said that anyone who dared to covet the Stone City of the desolate country would be an enemy of the ancient Heaven sect. When the news spread, it caused an uproar and made many people tremble in fear. The Middle State was vast and boundless. It was difficult for even experts to cross it. In the vast and boundless Middle State, there was never a lack of topics to talk about. All kinds of strange things were endless in the vast land of the Middle State. It was also common to hear about what kind of experts had appeared in which sect. However, recently, some places in the Middle State were abuzz with news, especially among the escort agencies and some cultivators who were seeking unorthodox means. It was said that a young pair of male and female bandits had recently appeared out of nowhere. Of these 2 bandits, the woman was extremely beautiful and the man was mysterious. He wore a mask and soft armor. It was said that the male and female bandits were extremely shameless. They would rob anyone they saw. Apart from their clothes, anything that could be robbed would never be returned after encountering the male and female bandits. However, the strength of these 2 young bandits was terrifying. Many experts who had been robbed were not convinced and joined forces to surround them. In the end, they were all covered in dirt. Some of the more miserable ones were stripped naked and hung on trees. In the end, each of them even had the thought of killing themselves. Rumor had it that a bandit catching association had appeared in the dark, and it was specifically set up to deal with the male and female bandits. They even offered a large sum of money to invite experts to join in the hunt. In short, many people hated the 2 bandits so much that they would not give up until they had captured them. The first ray of dawn, with a faint radiance, poured into the sky. The first rays of the morning sun shone. The mountain peaks were faintly discernible in the morning clouds. There was a huge gap between the martial king realm and the martial emperor realm. It was almost impossible to break through by force. In the martial king realm, the martial artist's meridian spirit would be nourished. It was called spirit nurturing. When the spirit nurturing was successful, it would allow the meridian spirit to communicate with the body and become one. Chapter 789. Ren Yingying's red lips parted slightly as she spoke softly. Under the morning sun, her robes fluttered in the wind. She looked otherworldly and holy. Du Xiaofu nodded slightly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The 2 of them had been traveling and robbing during the day. At night, they would cultivate and discuss cultivation. Du Xiaofu had improved a lot and benefited a lot because they were about the same age. In these 3 months, the 2 of them weren't in a hurry to travel. Du Xiaofu even immersed himself in cultivation at night. He comprehended all kinds of profound meanings and martial techniques. You still need opportunities to break through. You don't have to rush. Ren Yingying spoke to Du Xiaofu in an old-fashioned manner. Little Xingxing, who was in her arms, was also carefully listening to the conversation between the 2 of them. It seemed to be able to understand what they were saying. What level are you at? Are you at the martial emperor realm? Du Xiaofu looked at Ren Yingying's old-fashioned appearance and could not help curling his lips. Along the way, this female bandit was unfathomable. Du Xiaofu couldn't find out her cultivation level. It's useless even if you ask. Anyway, don't provoke me now. You won't be able to take advantage of me. Ren Yingying's little mouth slightly pouted, appearing somewhat pleased with herself. Then she stood up. Her petite body was wrapped in a faint golden light. She looked holy and otherworldly. She opened her mouth and said, "Let's continue. We should reach the spirit realm in a few days." The spirit realm. Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. Along the way, he learned about many things in the middle state from the female bandit, including the spirit realm. The spirit realm was a complicated place in the vast middle state. In the boundless central continent, spirit realm surface area was also incomparably large. It was definitely not smaller than dozens or even hundreds of stone dragon empires. However, the spirit realm was one of the most unique places in the Middle State. It was vast, but there weren't any empires. There were only countless big cities and various forces. To a certain extent, the spirit realm wasn't as chaotic as the dark forest. However, in the Middle State, the spirit realm was still a chaotic place. There were countless forces in the spirit realm, but no one dared to establish a country in the spirit realm. The various forces coexisted and interacted with each other, maintaining an extremely delicate balance. In the past, there was no lack of overlords and magnates who wanted to expand their territory in spirit realm. They wanted to call themselves a country and achieve great feats. However, the result was no surprise. These people were all eliminated by the various forces in a few days. Then, spirit realm continued to maintain a delicate balance and bustling prosperity. In the spirit realm and martial, 3 sex and 3 sex, and 3 sex, 3 sex and 3, 3 sex and 3 sex, 3 sex 3, and 3 sex and 3 sex, 3, 3, were these 9 sex and martial realm. Some of the insiders knew that while the spirit realm was prosperous and vast, the main reason the 9 sects turned a blind eye to it was because there were 7 sects in the spirit realm. The 7-star Hall was one of the 7 top forces in the spirit realm. They were above all the other forces in the spirit realm and had a legacy that was almost 2,000 years old. The 7-star Hall was named after the Big Dipper's 7 stars. They were Alpha Hall, Thecta Hall, Migres Hall, Alioth Hall, Mizar Hall, and Alkate Hall. It was rumored that the 9 sects of the Middle State were not afraid of the 7 sects. They were afraid of the 7 sects working together. Once the 7 sects worked together, it was said that they had the power to fight against any one of the 9 sects. In the spirit realm, the 7-star Hall is the strongest force. I heard that the 7 people who created the 7-star Hall in the spirit realm were all experts who dominated their own regions, including your artifact Venerable Master. The 7 of them are not simple. They each have their own strengths and are famous in the Central Continent. Even the 9 sects of the Central Continent are wary of them. Ren Inying said to Du Xiaofu, "Where do you know so much?" Du Xiaofu looked curiously at Ren Inying. This woman seemed to know everything. The more he interacted with her, the more he felt that she was unfathomable. "I can't help it. When I was young, the stinky old man and the people in my family forced me to watch this and that. My memory is good, so I remember a lot of things." Ren Inying looked very proud. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Actually, I don't know much about the 7-star Hall. If I remember anything in the future, I will tell you. Now we should leave. Once we reach the spirit realm, it will not be easy to rob. In the next few days, we have to prepare more spirit herbs for Little Star." Ao, hearing Ren Inying's words, Little Star cried out happily. He stuck out his tongue and was very close to Ren Inying. This ingrate ate so many spirit herbs, but there is no reaction. I think he is not the descendant of a true dragon. He is probably just a foodie. He can't even be considered a mixed blood dragon. He is definitely an ingrate. Du Xiaofu stared at Little Star. This ingrate ate so many spirit herbs in the past 3 months, but there was no reaction at all. There were so many spirit herbs. Even if they were thrown into water, there would be a few splashes. However, after being eaten by this ingrate, there was no reaction at all. When he thought of those spirit herbs, Du Xiaofu felt a bit of heartache. Although Du Xiaoyao was a prodigal, Du Xiaoyao was self-sufficient. He could find spirit herbs and treasures, and he could still benefit from it. However, this ingrate in front of him only knew how to eat. This made Du Xiaofu feel very depressed. Ao. Little Star looked at Du Xiaofu and let out a small cry of grievance. He shrank into Ren Inying's arms with a little fear. His eyes were very pitiful, and it made people's hearts ache. Du Xiaofu, if you bully Little Star again, I won't let you off. Ren Inying looked at the aggrieved Little Star and felt her heart ache. She looked as if she wanted to settle the score with Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu pursed his lips and didn't say anything in the end. He really didn't dare to offend this female bandit. Recently, he had a lot of cultivation questions that he needed to ask this female bandit. When Rin Yingying wasn't paying attention, Little Star saw Du Xiaofu pursing his lips and not saying anything. He looked a little defeated. Little Star's eyes turned and his little tail wagged at Du Xiaofu, as if he was mocking Du Xiaofu. Ingrate, are you pretending to be aggrieved? When Du Xiaofu saw this, he was instantly furious. Du Xiaofu, you're bullying Little Star again. Ren Yingying suddenly shouted and looked at Little Star in her arms. That aggrieved look was almost tearing up, and Ren Yingying's heart ached. No, this little ingrate is pretending. Du Xiaofu stared. That little ingrate changed too quickly. I think you're the one who's pretending. Rin Yingying stared at Du Xiaofu. Naturally, she didn't believe Du Xiaofu's words. Du Xiaofu's face turned red. After a long time, he took a deep breath and muttered, Little ingrate, don't fall into my hands. I'll turn you into barbecued meat. After a while, the two of them left. After a while, the road was in chaos. The male and female bandits attacked again. Along the way, many people were unlucky and were robbed. At night, on a mountain peak, Du Xiaofu was sitting cross-legged under the moonlight. The Tao of heaven and earth uses yin and yang to create all things. Heaven and earth, sun and moon, thunder and lightning, wind and rain, male and female, hard and soft, movement and stillness. All things are divided into yin and yang, Du Xiaofu murmured softly, using yin and yang to nourish the bones, meridians, bones, flesh, abdomen, back, 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and even 7 damages and 8 benefits. Within the body, all things are in accordance with the principles of yin and yang. Man and heaven and earth are related, corresponding to the sun and moon. The essence of one body is connected to heaven and earth and should be connected to all things. Ren Yingying sat cross-legged and glanced at Du Xiaofu not far away. She didn't pay much attention to him. Ren Yingying formed a hand seal and radiance spread out from her body. It was as if she could connect with the stars in the sky. After a while, waves of radiance connected with the graceful figure and circulated through the pores of her nose, mouth, and mouth. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Tai Chi means that before heaven and earth were separated, the primordial Qi was mixed into one. There was Tai Chi, which gave birth to Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang gave birth to the 4 divisions. The 4 divisions gathered in the black and yellow, stabilizing the 8 directions and suppressing the common people. Du Xiaofu was still murmuring softly. When the last word fell, his eyes suddenly opened. Golden light shot out from his eyes, and his hand seals changed. Waves of profound qi suddenly flowed in the special meridians and acupoints in his body, accompanied by waves of talisman, mysterious patterns. At this time, Du Xiaofu was practicing the black and yellow 4-division seal, which he had obtained from the mysterious stone wall in the ancient bronze space of the ancient heaven sect. In the cultivation method in his mind, Du Xiaofu learned that the black and yellow 4-division seal had a total of 4 seals. The first seal was Xiaoyang, the second seal was Xiaoyin, the third seal was Taiyin, and the fourth seal was Taiyang. When the 4 seals were connected, they could form the black and yellow emperor seal. Its power was enough to suppress the common people and move mountains and seas. That kind of power seemed to be similar to the overbearing power of the golden winged rock and the mysterious move. Although he had only obtained the first seal of the black and yellow 4-division seal, the Xiaoyang seal, Du Xiaofu had always wanted to practice it. It was just that it was not easy to practice the first seal, the Xiaoyang seal. It was not an ordinary martial skill, but a kind of martial art. The black and yellow 4 divisions seal contain the mysteries of heaven and earth and the mysteries of yin and yang. Even those who did not practice the overbearing cultivation method could not practice this martial art. Otherwise, it would be enough to cause qi deviation. At this time, Du Xiaofu wanted to try to practice it. According to the cultivation method, he began to immerse himself in comprehending it. The more he comprehended, the more Du Xiaofu found that the black and yellow 4 divisions seal could be regarded as unique among all the martial arts. To successfully practice the black and yellow 4 divisions seal, it was more difficult than Du Xiaofu had expected. Chapter 790. However, this difficulty couldn't stop Du Xiaofu. To Du Xiaofu, no matter how hard it was to cultivate this martial art, it couldn't be harder than the mysterious move that he had comprehended in the past. Qi, Du Xiaofu started to cultivate. The Xian Qi in his body fluctuated and connected with the energy of heaven and earth. It contained yin and yang, Tai Chi for divisions, 8 directions. Such a martial art contained many profound meanings. It wasn't just the convergence of Xian Qi. The mysterious move that Du Xiaofu cultivated was complex and profound. It was vast and boundless. However, it was also vast. It was vast because the profound meaning contained in the mysterious move was vast. It could cover all martial arts. It was like air. It could be omniscient, encompass everything, and merge with everything. However, the Xianhuang 4 divisions, seal, contained many profound meanings. It wasn't vast. Instead, it was encompassing and condensing. In the end, it formed a unique and domineering martial art. If one had to compare these 2 martial arts, the mysterious move was equivalent to a saint. On the other hand, the Xianhuang 4 division seal was equivalent to a demon. Du Xiaofu immersed himself in comprehending and cultivating the Xiaoyang seal. He condensed many hand seals in his hand. The Xian Qi surged in his body and connected with the energy of heaven and earth. It contained many profound meanings. Gradually, it condensed in Du Xiaofu's palm. In the end, it formed a faint palm print. However, this faint palm print seemed to have met with some kind of obstruction and disappeared. Du Xiaofu was stunned. He looked at his palm. There was doubt and disbelief in his eyes. This was because, at this moment, Du Xiaofu realized that although he couldn't cultivate the Xiaoyang seal in one go, he was still able to cultivate it. But just now, Du Xiaofu felt that although it seemed to be extremely difficult to cultivate the Xiaoyang seal, it seemed to be even more difficult than he had imagined. But just now, when he tried to condense the seal, it seemed to not be too difficult. Du Xiaofu was surprised that he could fuse different powers, Upanishads, easily in his body. Of course, Du Xiaofu didn't know that when he was in a state of suspended animation, the thunder martial vein was reborn from the destruction. In addition to the fusion of all kinds of profound meanings, the flesh and blood in his body were mixed with Ren Yingying's essence blood as the guide, the essence blood in the golden wing mystic bone as the foundation, and the original essence blood in his body as the root, forming a new heart. This heart also contained the immortal grass, dark insight grass, purple flame demonic phoenix, and other powers Upanishads and beast energies that had already merged with his body. This caused Du Xiaofu's body to contain all sorts of mysteries. This kind of physique allowed Du Xiaofu to have an extraordinary affinity with the various mysteries of heaven and earth. For example, a person who lived by the sea naturally had a higher chance of fishing than a person who lived on dry land. As a person who lived in the mountains, he was naturally much better at climbing trees than others. Therefore, at this moment, Du Xiaofu was practicing the Xiaoyang seal. His comprehension of the various mysteries was much faster than ordinary people. In terms of overbearing cultivation techniques, there was no other cultivation technique in the world that could be compared with the golden wing rock. After being surprised, Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up with joy. Although Du Xiaofu didn't know why it was suddenly so much easier than he thought. This didn't have the slightest disadvantage to him. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. Therefore, with joy in his heart, Du Xiaofu continued to immerse himself in the practice of the Xiaoyang seal. He fused and comprehended various mysteries, condensed his qi, and practiced the Xiaoyang seal. One seal after another was formed in his palm. and then it would dissipate upon encountering some small obstacles. However, Du Xiaofu knew in his heart that perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could successfully practice the Xiaoyang seal. At that time, he would have another technique that was not inferior to the mysterious move. Early in the morning, under the morning sun, a man and a woman once again stepped on the morning sun and went away. The young man's back was tall and straight, his long black hair swaying slightly behind his head. Under the mask, his eyes were clear and deep. The woman was shrouded in the morning sun. Her figure was graceful, holy, and seductive. There were layers upon layers of tall mountains, but there was no city in sight, nor was there a piece of flat land. The mountain range was continuous, with steep cliffs and precipitous rocks. The mountain was lush and verdant, with clear streams and flowing water in the dense shade. The scenery was beautiful and pleasant. Roar! However, in the depths of the mountain range, there were also shocking roars of beasts. This mountain range is the edge of the spirit domain. At the entrance of the mountain range, Ren Yingying held Little Star in her arms and said to Du Xiaofu, "Spirit domain, 7-star hall." Du Xiaofu looked at the depths of the mountain range. He didn't know if he could complete the task that his master had entrusted him, but he had to do his best. There seems to be a lot of people here, but their cultivation levels are not high. I guess there's nothing good in their cosmos bags. 2 days later, in the depths of the mountain range, Ren Yingying frowned. There were many adventurers and monsters in the mountain range, but their cultivation levels were not high. They seemed to be searching for something. Du Xiaofu stood on top of a mountain and looked at the groups of 3 to 5. Some groups had as many as 100 people, and they were all carefully searching for something. There shouldn't be anything good. Let's go to the spirit domain to play. Ren Yingying said. Although she was a female bandit, she was not interested in everything. Screech! Just as Ren Yingying's voice fell, the air in the distance whistled. A group of people riding several ferocious birds appeared, and then directly appeared in the sky above the mountain. There were a total of 3 fierce birds, all of which were at the Pulse Spirit Realm. There were more than 50 people on the 3 fierce birds. Most of them were at the Pulse Spirit Realm, but there were also more than 10 Marquis Realm cultivators. In particular, there were 3 leaders in the Martial King Realm. 2 of them were at the initial stage of the Martial King Realm, and one of them was at the mystery level of the Martial King Realm. None of them could escape Du Xiaofu's prying eyes. However, these 30 people were obviously a group of people with a strong murderous aura. There was no doubt that these people were not kind people. Without many lives on their hands, it was impossible for them to gather such a murderous aura. It's a man and a woman. It seems that they might be one of the 5. The leader of the ferocious birds was a one-armed old man. The chi and blood of the profound Martial King Realm were fluctuating around his body. The one-armed old man looked at Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying with a hint of joy in his eyes, and his gaze stopped on Ren Yingying's body. However, that gaze clearly did not put Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying in his eyes, and there was a hint of filth in his murderous aura. It's better to be careful. I heard that the 5 of them are somewhat extraordinary and very troublesome. Don't be careless. On the fierce bird, there were several burly men and old men in the lead. They were abnormally ferocious, and their auras were sharp. They looked like ferocious people. Boom! At the same time, a loud sound came from the sky not far away, causing the mountains to tremble. Then, several huge creatures appeared in the sky. There were several behemoths, including a demonic wolf, a demonic tiger, and a demonic leopard. The 3 demon beasts were incomparably huge. Their bodies were fluctuating with the light of runes, and they were all dozens of feet long. Their eyes were abnormally fierce, and they were emitting a bloody aura. On the backs of the 3 huge demon beasts, there were a total of dozens of people. They were all fierce people and were not easy to deal with. Among the dozens of people who came later, there are 4 martial kings. The leader of the group was a tall and thin, bald man. The bald old man's head was engraved with strange blood-red runes, which formed a ghost skull pattern. This person was also a martial king, but the bloody aura on his body was exceptionally dense. It was likely that he was a person who often killed. That bloody fiendish aura was so strong that ordinary people would be affected by it. The expressions of the people and the ferocious birds who had arrived first changed slightly when they saw the tall, thin, bald man and the others. It's a man and a woman. They should be 2 of the 5 people. Let's capture them first. The tall and thin bald man glanced at the group of people on the fierce birds. Then he stared at Ren Ying with astonishment. Then his bloody and murderous eyes revealed a filthy smile. Waving his hand slightly, the tall and thin bald old man coldly shouted to the people behind him, "Do it! Don't hurt the woman. Leave the woman to me. I want to take good care of this child." Bloodskull, I saw them first. What do you mean by this? On the fierce bird in the sky, the ferocious one-armed old man's face was gloomy. He coldly looked at the tall and thin bald man and shouted, "One-armed king, do you know the rules? You came first, so it's yours. Let's talk with our strength." The tall and thin bald old man and the others stopped and looked at the group of people on the fierce birds with cold eyes. "Bloodskull, do you think we're afraid of you? Let's have a fight first." The one-armed old man smiled ferociously. He was obviously not someone to be trifled with. He was not afraid of the tall and thin bald man and the others. "One-armed king, stop fighting. Don't let others take advantage of us. There are only 2 people. There are 3 more. Whoever captures them first will get it. Let's fight with our strength." Bloodskull sneered. "All right, whoever captures them first will get it." One-armed king said coldly. On the mountain top, Du Xiaofu and Ran Ying looked at each other and smiled at almost the same time. "Finally, some people who are barely passable are here. Let's split it evenly. Don't steal from me," Ren Ying said happily. She looked at the tall and thin bald old man and the one-armed old man as if they were distant relatives. "You're the one who steals from me every time." Chapter 791. You're always the one who steals from me. Du Xiaofu glared at Ren Ying, then looked at the one-armed old man, the tall and skinny baldy and the others and said, "Have you finished discussing? Are you still going to fight? Have some professional ethics, okay?" Hearing Du Xiaofu's words and looking at the mysterious young man in purple armor and mask, the tall, skinny baldy, the one-armed old man, and the others couldn't help but be surprised. "Attack! Capture that woman first." The tall, skinny baldy's eyes turned cold. He instantly attacked and locked his eyes on Ren Ying. "Chi!" The tall, skinny baldy stepped on the demonic tiger under his feet. His figure instantly turned into a flash of light and rushed towards Ren Ying like lightning. "This is mine. The Qianquan bag is mine. Those few demonic beast bones are mine. The other people's Qianquan bags are mine too. Everything is mine." Ren Ying attacked and shouted. She looked like a bandit. Just as the tall, skinny baldy rushed out, a holy rune flashed and appeared in front of him like a ghost. Bang! A low, muffled sound reverberated as a bloody mist exploded in midair. The tall, skinny baldy's head and body were suddenly separated from each other in midair. Blood spurted out from his neck. The tall, skinny baldy didn't know how his head fell off. His eyes were still filled with fear and disbelief. He died with his eyes wide open. In a short moment, the entire sky stopped. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the air, Ren Ying stood there. Her aura was holy, but she was like a demoness. The smile on her face was like that of a female bandit. However, there was no doubt that she was a very beautiful bandit. She was so beautiful that people were willing to give up their lives for her. This was because many people who had yet to recover from their shock had their bodies explode from the sky one after another, turning into a bloody mist. The female bandit didn't hold back today, because these people either had a bloody aura or a ferocious aura on them. They were all people whose hands were stained with blood, so they deserved to die. There was no need to be polite. Everything else is mine. Don't take it from me. Du Xiaofu also made his move. His purple soft armor glowed, and his long black hair fluttered behind his back. His tall and straight body made him look like an extraordinary warrior. Bang, bang, bang. The energy in the air spread out in all directions, and deep sonic booms could be heard incessantly. One by one, the ferocious and bloodthirsty people were killed before they could react. Run, run. We've encountered a barb. Run. Finally, someone came to his senses and immediately started to flee. He was crying for his parents as he fled. Only then did everyone realize that they had met a fiend today. That man and woman were definitely not one of the rumored 5 people. Those 5 youths could not possibly be so terrifying. Bang, bang. Unfortunately, these fellows wanted to escape, but with their strength, how could they escape? Where do you think you're going? Rin Yingying shouted. Her attack swept across everything, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble and the earth to crack. Several huge demonic beasts and ferocious birds were directly swept down. Get down! Following her shout, the last huge demonic tiger was brutally stomped down from the air by Rin Yingying. More than 100 people, including 7 martial kings and 20 to 30 martial lords, were smashed to the ground by Ren Yingying and Du Xiaofu in a short time. More than half of them were killed, and the rest were severely injured and could not move. None of them managed to escape. Too ferocious. Who are that man and woman? Are they 2 of the 5 people? But I heard that none of them were wearing masks. It doesn't matter if they are one of the 5 people. Just don't provoke them. They are too ferocious. The one-armed king and the blood skull have been eliminated. Those 2 have been ferocious for half their lives. Now they have met their nemesis. The one-armed king and the blood skull have kicked a steel plate. They are so blind that they want to die. Such a huge commotion had already attracted a lot of onlookers in the surroundings. The onlookers were dumbfounded from afar. That man and woman were too terrifying. They were both ferocious and powerful. Don't provoke those 2 fiends. They are too ferocious. There were still people in the distance who were eager to try and take advantage of the situation. However, seeing the situation, they all gasped and wiped off their cold sweat. Quickly collect the cosmos bags. Ren Yingying landed on the ground and began to collect the cosmos bags. Du Xiaofu looked at Ren Yingying and felt that he had met his match. This woman must have been a bandit in her previous life. Little Xingxing, do you want to drink some of these demonic beast blood? After a while, Ren Yingying looked at the few demonic beasts and demonic beasts whose bones had been removed and said to little Xingxing in her arms, Ayo, Ayo! Little Xingxing let out a low growl from his throat. His eyes were filled with disdain, as if he did not care about the demonic beast blood and was determined not to drink it. Ingrate, you sure know how to pick. Du Xiaofu stared at little Xingxing. He did not care about the demonic beast blood. After all, it was not the same as before. His vision had improved a lot. Coo! There were demonic beasts and demonic beasts crying. The sound waves pierced through the clouds and cracked rocks. Swoosh! A figure flashed across the sky like lightning and reached the top of the mountain in an instant. Chi! The illusory afterimage bent his hand and grabbed at Ren Yingying with a claw print. Chi! Just as the claw print was about to land on Ren Yingying's body, Ren Yingying's body seemed to have become illusory. Her figure disappeared under the claw print and disappeared without a trace. Sneaky! Can't you show your face? At this moment, Du Xiaofu made his move. His figure flashed out strangely, and he threw a punch at the afterimage. Boom! A terrifyingly sharp strength chi surged out and swept out. The afterimage was shocked. He did not expect the opponent's speed to be so fast that he could not avoid it. He had no choice but to counter with a punch. Bang! There was a muffled sound of energy as the force dissipated. The rune light flashed and disappeared. Du Xiaofu's body did not move, and the afterimage revealed himself. Chi-la-la! A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s but looked extremely young staggered. He rubbed against the ground and was pushed back a few feet. He only managed to stabilize his body after rubbing against the ground and creating a crack. The aura of the middle-aged man was at the complete Martial King realm. The middle-aged man stabilized his body. The ground under his feet cracked, and his face was filled with shock. The other party was a young man, but he was actually able to suppress him. This was unbelievable. His aura fluctuated. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy. Dark chi surged in his body, and he was about to attack again. Stop! At this moment, a young man's voice was heard. Ku! In the sky above the mountain, a huge snow-white demonic beast descended. Ao, Ao! Ren Yingying's beautiful figure stood beside Du Xiaofu. Little Xingxing, who was in her arms, raised its head and looked at the huge snow-white demonic beast in the sky. Its watery golden eyes immediately revealed a look of greed. It flicked its tongue and almost drooled. It was a white jade heavenly goose, a demonic beast ranked on the heavenly beast list. It was not much different from the Xianyun scarlet dragon. It was said that its speed was extremely fast, and it had the aura of a beast king realm. The white jade heavenly goose hovered in the sky. For some reason, it seemed to have sensed something. It felt uneasy and panicked. Swoosh, swoosh! On the back of the white jade heavenly goose, a dozen figures descended. Waves of aura descended, and the weakest was at the complete martial lord realm. There were close to 10 martial king realm auras. The young man in the front had an excellent temperament. His long black hair was combed smoothly, and there was a faint pressure on his body that made people's hearts palpitate. This young man was also very young, only 24 or 25 years old. Like the white jade heavenly goose, he was also snow white. The young man's white clothes fluttered, and his face was very handsome. However, his eyes were long and narrow, making his handsomeness carry a feminine aura. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth, giving people a gentle and modest feeling. Swish, swish! In fact, as soon as the white jade heavenly goose appeared, the surrounding auras fluctuated, and everyone's gazes gathered. It's the young city lord of Chujiang City. I heard that the young city lord of Chujiang City, Qin official, is only 25 years old, and he is already at the complete martial king realm. He is a genius of Yuhing Palace, and is an influential figure in Yuhing Palace. It's because of Qin official's position in Yuhing Palace that the power of Chujiang City has risen. There are rumors that with Qin official's talent, it will be easy for him to become an honorable one in the future. This young city, Lord Qin official, is Chujiang Emperor's favorite. He has great expectations for him. There were whispers coming from all around. Naturally, they couldn't escape the prying of Du Xiaofu's mind. Among them, the words Yuhing Palace immediately caused Du Xiaofu's mind to fluctuate. He couldn't help but immediately size up the white-clothed young man in front of him. At the age of 24 or 25, he had already reached the complete martial king realm. This gave Du Xiaofu a rough understanding of the strength of the 7-star hull. According to Du Xiaofu's understanding, the white-clothed young man in front of him was almost on par with Yin Machin even in the ancient heaven sect. However, Yin Machin should be younger in terms of age. To be able to reach the complete martial king realm at such a young age, he was definitely a dragon among men with amazing talent. Chapter 792. Just as Du Xiaofu was sizing up the white-clothed youth, Qin official, was also sizing up Du Xiaofu. The white-clothed youth looked at the blood skull, one-armed king, and the others who had been killed. His heart trembled slightly. Qin Guan was well aware of the strength of the blood skull and the others. They were definitely infamous in this area. There were a total of 7 martial king realm warriors, but they were instantly taken care of by this young man in purple soft armor. It was evident that his strength was not on the same level. Otherwise, it would not be easy to kill the blood skull one-armed king and the other 7 martial kings so easily. According to Qin official's judgment, the mysterious youth in front of him was probably younger than him. At the same time, his strength was definitely not much weaker than his. This caused Qin Guan to instantly feel slightly displeased in his heart. Since he was young, no matter if it was in Chu River City or Alioth Hall, he'd always been a genius, and he was an existence that stood out amongst his peers and led far ahead. This made him proud since he was young. Even his master had told him that he had a 90% chance of becoming a martial king within 3 years. At that time, he was only 27 or 28 years old. A 27 or 28-year-old martial king. How terrifying was that? It was enough to shock the world. It also meant that his future potential was limitless. However, the mysterious masked youth in front of him was not much weaker than him, especially when Qin Official saw the girl beside him. She was so holy and beautiful. She was like a fairy. She was untainted by worldly affairs. Unexpectedly, she was also beside the youth. The unhappy feeling in Qin Official's heart grew stronger. Qin Official's figure landed on the white jade heavenly goose. He felt complicated. Then his gaze fell on Ren Yingying's body. However, everything happened in an instant. Qin Official returned to normal. Even if he was unhappy with Du Xiaofu, he suppressed it deep in his heart. To be able to reach the peak of the complete martial king realm at such a young age, it was enough to prove that Qin Official was extraordinary. This kind of extraordinary was not only shown by his exceptional talent in martial cultivation, but also by his extraordinary mentality. Otherwise, with Qin Official's age, it would be difficult for him to achieve such achievements and status. Young City Lord, the middle-aged man who attacked first, who was a complete martial king, retreated to Qin Official's side. His vigilant gaze locked onto Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying. Step back. You've got the wrong person. This lady and little brother can't be one of the 5 that escaped. The strength of the 5 that escaped shouldn't be this strong. Qin Official did not show too much respect for the middle-aged man who was a complete martial king realm. Then, Qin Official looked at Ren Yingying and Du Xiaofu with a smile. Qin Official waved his white sleeves and said politely, and, "We have the wrong person. That is we. Sorry, we, and, sorry we have, we, that we, and Enen's God." As Enen, looking at the smile on the young man's face, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with displeasure under the mask. But the other party had an easygoing appearance, and was also someone from Yuheng Hall. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly under the mask, saying, "Since you have mistaken me for someone else, you can leave." "Thank you for your understanding, little brother. May I know where you are from?" Qin Official acted as though he did not understand Du Xiaofu's clear intention to dismiss him. He continued to smile as he said, "Let me introduce myself. My father is Chujiang Emperor of Chujiang City. I am Qin Official, the young city lord of Chujiang City, and an inner hall disciple of Yuheng Hall." As he spoke, Officer Qin's eyes flashed with a hint of arrogance that he did not hide. Indeed, the identity of the young city lord of Chujiang City and an inner palace disciple of Alioth Hall was important, not to mention in the spirit domain, even in the entire central continent. In spirit realm, this identity was enough to move countless people and leave them in the dust. I have never heard of Chujiang City. I have heard of Alioth Hall, but I am not familiar with it. Du Xiaofu shook his head and looked at Qin Official. He said bluntly, "As for where we are from, I don't think I need to tell you." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Qin Official's eyes flashed with displeasure again. However, he suppressed it deep in his heart. His handsome face was still calm. Kid, the 10 martial king realm cultivators behind Qin Official could not help but show coldness in their eyes. "Don't be disrespectful to our guests." Qin Official waved his hand and scolded the people behind him. Then, with a smile on his face, he said to Ren Yingying and Du Xiaofu, "The 2 of you may not know this, but the mountain range has not been very peaceful recently. Our Chujiang City has been arresting 5 people because we have put up a lot of rewards. Many experts have gathered nearby. The two of you are about the same age as those 5 people. I am afraid that people will misunderstand. Why don't the two of you come with me? I believe that we will be able to arrest those 5 people. When the time comes, where do you want to go? I will personally send you there. Du Xiaofu looked at Qin official. His eyes under the mask were cold and somewhat unhappy. Then his eyes swept over an old man who looked to be in his 60s behind Qin official. That was a cultivator who had just reached the martial emperor realm. With Qin official's identity, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that he was accompanied by a martial emperor realm cultivator. This Qin official's identity was not ordinary. There's no need. We have hands and feet. There's no need to send us off. You can go, Ran Yingying said as she glanced at Qin official and the others. Qin official looked at Ran Yingying and was slightly startled. That otherworldly and untainted temperament which woman in the entire Yuhing Hall could compare to her. Compared to this woman in front of him, all the beautiful women in the entire Yuhing Hall would pale in comparison and be reduced to ordinary women. Since this lady insists, I will not force you. Chujiang City is just ahead of us after we pass through this mountain range. If we reach Chujiang City, if there is anything I can do for you, please come to the Chujiang Royal Palace to find me. Looking at Ran Yingying, Qin official did not insist. He was still extremely polite and gentle, appearing very elegant. In the face of Qin official's elegance, Ran Yingying's beautiful face was holy and dignified. She did not smile and only glanced at him indifferently. Then, she stroked little Xingxing in her arms and did not say anything else. Seeing Ran Yingying's obviously disdainful expression, Qin official's eyes were slightly startled again. One must know that in the entire spirit domain, there was probably no woman who could refuse him. In the Yuhing Hall, there were many female disciples with extraordinary talents. All of them were proud to be able to walk with him, and it was also the first time he treated a woman like this. He did not expect that he would be ignored and disdained in return. However, the more it was like this, the more the passion in Qin official's heart towards the woman in front of him became more and more fervent. Then we will not disturb you, Qin official indicated, and then everyone leaped onto the white jade heavenly goose. Looking at Ran Yingying on the mountain, Qin official's face was full of smiles as he continued to ask, May I know your names? Can you tell me? He is called Xiao Feng. Ran Yingying suddenly raised her head and became interested. Glancing at Du Xiaofu, she said to Qin official, As for me, you don't need to know. Anyway, I am with him. So it is Brother Qiao. What a young hero. I hope that we can have a chance to catch up in the future. See you again. As Qin official's voice fell, his gaze once again swept across Ran Yingying's body. His lips curled into a strange arc as he sat on the white jade heavenly goose and left. As Qin official left, Ran Yingying said to Du Xiaofu, That person is very annoying. I don't like him. However, he seems to be someone from the 7-star hall. I remember that my name is Yu Tanji, not Xiaofeng, right? Du Xiaofu stared at Ran Yingying, but his gaze revealed a bit of helplessness. I know, but I don't like the name Yu Tanji. So, I casually gave you a name. It's fine as long as I like it, Ran Yingying said with a smile, her face filled with pride. You! Just as Du Xiaofu was about to say something, his face suddenly froze, as though he was in a daze. Upon seeing this, Ran Yingying was also taken aback. She glanced at Du Xiaofu, and upon seeing Du Xiaofu's dazed expression, she pouted her cherry lips and said, What's wrong with you? It's just a fake name. You don't have to be so angry, right? At the very most, you can just continue to call yourself Yu Tanji. There are people from Tianwu Academy nearby. An emblem appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand, and the radiance of runes flickered on it. That was the emblem of Tianwu Academy, and Du Xiaofu had always been carrying it with him. If there were any Tianwu Academy students nearby, the emblem of Tianwu Academy would sense it. Ran Yingying's gaze also landed on the emblem in Du Xiaofu's hand, and a peculiar ripple of light flickered in her eyes. The white jade heavenly goose flapped its wings, and a dozen experts stood on it. Young city lord, why are you so polite to those two? I suspect that those two might be related to the 5 who escaped. On the back of the white jade heavenly goose, the man who attacked Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying spoke to Qin Guan with a cold glint in his eyes. They shouldn't be related. Qiao Feng and that lady aren't weak. The blood skeleton, one-armed king, and the others were killed before they could even activate their meridian souls. I'm afraid that even you wouldn't be able to do that, right? Qin Guan said. If the 5 of them are that strong, they would have escaped long ago. That Qiao Feng is indeed powerful. The middle-aged man nodded his head, not denying Qin Guan's words. He had fought with Qiao Feng before, and he was even suppressed. However, he didn't think much of it. The middle-aged man thought that he was suppressed because he wasn't prepared and underestimated his opponent. Otherwise, given Qiao Feng's young age, he wouldn't be able to suppress him even if he was strong. Fresh flowers, 819. There's less than 30 left. Brothers, let's push on. Xiao Yu is preparing to go all out tomorrow. As for you, Tanji and Qiao Feng, forgive Xiao Yu for being naughty again. Ugh. Chapter 793. Young City Lord. The background of those 2 people should not be ordinary. It's better to be careful. An old man in his 60s who had been standing behind official Qin and had not spoken much spoke up. They are so young, but their strength is so extraordinary. Their background is definitely not ordinary. Official Qin smiled slightly, and a hint of femininity appeared on his handsome face. He said, "That's even better. Their background is not ordinary, so they are more worthy of me. Young city lord, if you like that girl, why don't you just capture her?" The middle-aged man in the martial king realm said, "What I want is not only the person, but also the heart. That kind of girl is rarely seen in the world. How can she be compared to ordinary girls?" Official Qin glanced at the middle-aged man and said, "When the time comes, pay more attention in Chujiang City. They will definitely go to Chujiang City. As long as they reach Chujiang City, young city lord, how do you know that they will definitely go to Chujiang City?" The middle-aged man was surprised and puzzled. They appeared here and did not know about Chujiang City. It is obvious that they are going to the spirit domain from outside. Chujiang City is right in front of them, so they will naturally go to Chujiang City. Official Qin said, and his eyes were filled with confidence and pride. Once they reached Chujiang City, everything would be under his control. Mountains, valleys, and rocks. Roar. Occasionally there would be shocking roars of beasts, but the air was abnormally tense. In the middle of the valleys, there were 4 mountain peaks. On top of the mountain peaks, there were many figures. Their auras were sharp, and they surrounded the valleys so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. In the rather spacious area of the valleys, there were 5 young men and women. However, these 5 young men and women all had pale faces, but all of them had extraordinary temperaments. They were all like dragons and phoenixes among men. There were 3 men and 2 women. The 2 women were beautiful, and the 3 men were either cold or evil. However, at this moment, the faces of these 5 people were filled with solemn expressions. What should we do now? There is no way to retreat. It seems that we can only fight. A handsome young man stood quietly and said to the 4 people beside him. This handsome young man's black hair was tied behind his head, and a few strands of hair fell to his ears. His eyes were deep and dark, like an endless abyss at the end of the universe. If one looked at them for a while, they would feel like they were going to be sucked in. On each of his wrists was a strange green rune bracelet. If Du Xiaofu, he would definitely be able to recognize this person's Heaven Luo sword, Guo Xiaofeng. After Du Xiaofu left the dark forest for the central region, Guo Xiaofeng and the others also went to the central region. By the time they reached Spirit Realm, almost 2 years had passed. And in these 2 years of tempering in the central plains, everyone had obtained many opportunities and tempering. Qianluo sword, Gua Xiaofeng's cultivation had also reached the initial stage of the martial king realm. Let's go all out and try our best to escape. However, General and Li Yuxiao are still in their hands. We must find a way to save them. A handsome young man in a black robe said with a gentle voice. However, there was a hint of sharpness in his voice. His aura fluctuated faintly, emitting a baleful aura. He was Ghost Baby, one of Tianwu Academy's 9 Nethers Ghost Baby. His facial features were well defined, but at this moment his face was extremely pale. However, judging from his aura, Ghost Baby wasn't any weaker than Gua Xiaofeng. He even emitted a chilling, ghostly aura. You're severely injured. You must be careful when you attack. Netherworld Princess Wu Kei stood beside Ghost Baby. She was wearing a red palace gown with a layer of white jade covering half of her body, giving her an alluring aura. Even though her face was slightly pale, Princess Netherworld Wu Kei's large eyes were filled with charm. Her gaze was filled with innate charm. She was a woman who exuded seductive charm from her bones. A young man in a black robe stood quietly. He was Black Eagle Tangwu. His aura wasn't any weaker than Heaven's Sky Luo Sword. No matter what, we need someone to leave alive. General and Li Yuxiao want us to leave because they hope that we can leave behind the legacy for Tianwu Academy. Someone has to leave alive. Among the 5 young men, the last one was a woman in her 20s. She had long hair and wore a red robe. Her skin was as fair as snow. She was incomparably beautiful, and her aura couldn't be underestimated. Junior sister Xinyan, you should leave first. You're the most talented, and the legacy of Tianwu Academy should be left behind by you. The Netherworld Princess Wu Kei spoke to the beautiful woman with a serious expression. She wore a short skirt that was like armor, and her slender, moist, and well-proportioned legs drew out a graceful arc, causing her to emit a seductive aura that came from her bones. Yet her face was bare and elegant to the extreme. Whoever can escape should do so. Once we attack, I'll set up a talisman array to block them. Whoever has the chance to escape must leave first. The beautiful woman said. Her eyes flickered with brilliance as she swept her gaze across everyone's faces. She sighed softly. This is the spirit domain, the central region. We're isolated and without help. If we manage to escape this time, we'll definitely raze Chujiang City to the ground and kill every single one of them. Netherworld Princess Wu Kei said coldly. I'm afraid the chances are slim. Gua Xiaofeng looked around and sighed softly. Actually, we're not isolated and without help in the central region. Back then, many kings went to rescue the academy. However, we don't know where they are now, and we can't find them in a short period of time. That fellow is also in the central region. I wonder where he is now. With his ferocity and perverse nature, he should be able to rise up even in the central region. I wonder where he is now. Ghost Child's eyes were gloomy and suddenly filled with determination. He said softly, however, this is also good. Even if we all die today, Tianwu Academy will still have him and his legacy will not be destroyed. Hearing Ghost Child's words, the other 4 people were moved. They all knew who Ghost Child was talking about. Gu Xinyan's eyes flickered slightly. She then restrained herself and her eyes dimmed slightly. Black Eagle Tang Wu looked around and said, they haven't made a move yet. I'm afraid they're waiting for other experts. They don't have the confidence to take us down. However, once more experts arrive, we won't have any chance. Then let's find a chance to charge out now, Netherworld Princess Wu Kei said. Be careful. They're making a move. It seems like they can't hold back anymore. Let's get ready. Gu Xinyan immediately said to everyone after Black Eagle Tang Wu finished speaking. Hearing this, Ghost Child, Black Eagle Tang Wu, and Gua Xiaofeng's expressions changed and their auras surged. There are people from the academy approaching. Just then, Netherworld Princess Wu Kei said in surprise. The Tianwu Academy badge in her hand started to ripple with runes. Everyone looked over and was shocked. Could it be that Li Yuxiao and the general have escaped? Ghost Child was delighted. They should have escaped. However, we're still in trouble. Even if they've escaped, they'll be in more danger. Jade, maiden Goose Sinyan, was worried, and her delicate face was unusually solemn. Swoosh, swoosh! The sound of wind breaking could be heard from all directions as figures appeared in the sky above the valley. Their auras were no less than a few hundred people. There were many martial lords and martial kings. There were no less than 20 of them. The 5 of you have nowhere to run. Surrender yourselves so that you won't suffer. A gloomy old man floated in the sky and looked down at Goose Sinyan, Ghost Child, and the others as he shouted, "Old Taoist Ji, they're not from Mount Cheoming alone. They're surrounded by everyone. When the time comes, you won't be the only one to reap the benefits." A middle-aged man said. His eyes were cold, and there were dozens of people standing behind him. Their auras were extremely sharp. That's right. The benefits belong to everyone. Let's take them down quickly. Otherwise, when the experts from Chujiang City arrive, we'll have nothing to do. According to what I know, the young city lord of Chujiang City, official Qin, has personally come to capture the 5 of them. A gray-robed old man said coldly. Hearing this, the surrounding gazes secretly changed. It was very obvious that these several hundred people belonged to many factions, and not just one faction. All right, let's work together and share the benefits. The gloomy old man called Old Taoist Ji nodded. He looked at Goose Sinyan and the others in the valley and shouted coldly, 5 juniors, I'll give you one last chance. Surrender yourselves. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Do you think I'm a pushover? If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. Black Eagle Tang Wu looked at Old Taoist Ji coldly. A pair of black rune wings stretched out from his back. You want to do this the hard way? You've only just reached the martial king realm. Do you think you can defy the heavens? The 5 of you are worth 5 low-grade Taoist instruments. Old Taoist Ji said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure moved like lightning. The aura of a martial king realm nirvana realm gushed out, and he immediately pounced on Black Eagle Tangwu and the others. Remember what we discussed earlier. Leave when you have the chance. Looking at Old Taoist Ji pouncing over with a mighty aura that covered the sky, Princess Netherworld Wu Kei shouted. Her aura of a martial king realm nirvana realm spread out from her seductive body. The nether snake sword in her hand emitted a sword radiance that was 100 feet long. She took the lead to meet Old Taoist Ji. Chapter 794. Attack! As Old Taoist Ji and the others attacked, the surrounding auras surged. More than 20 martial king realm experts pounced at the same time. Their auras surged, covering the sky and the sun as they swept through the valley. Fight! Gua Xiaofeng, Black Eagle Tangwu, and their swords and palm prints rushed out. In an instant, the majestic aura was intimidating. Like a flash flood, it rushed out in all directions. Qi! Ghost Child's eyes surged with dark, evil qi. The light black qi around his body was like a liquid that shrouded his body. The claw print swept across the sky. Wherever it passed, even the surrounding space would vibrate. Ghost Child had forced a martial king realm expert to retreat. Qi! Goose Sinyan's eyes were clear and bright. Her qi rippled as she formed a seal and prepared to set up a talisman array. Be careful of this woman. She is a 6-star array talisman master. There was a loud shout as a martial king realm expert pounced on Goose Sinyan, preventing her from setting up the talisman array. Don't let her set up the talisman array. An old man in a long robe shouted coldly. Fierce Xian qi covered the sky like a violent flood. Runes flashed and a vast energy fluctuation spread out, sweeping directly towards Gu Xinyan. Gu Xinyan was blocked and could not set up the talisman array. Light bloomed in her beautiful eyes. Her delicate body under the red robe was like a jade willow. Without a sound, she retreated in a straight line like lightning. Qi La! Her delicate body was light and tender. In a short period of time, Gu Xinyan formed a seal with her delicate hands and attacked to defend against the old man in a long robe. Swoosh, swoosh! At the same time, several Martial King realm experts swept toward Gu Xinyan again. Swoosh! In the air not far away, Ghost Baby's face was pale. The strange claw mark in his hand directly froze one of the king's practitioner weapon longswords. The claw mark was like a giant pincer that froze the longsword in place. Bang! There was a muffled sound as a fist print landed on Ghost Child's back, causing him to spit out blood. Let's settle this quickly. In the muffled sound, old Taoist Ji sneered. The runes in his hand flashed, and a fist print landed heavily on Princess Netherworld Wu Kei's nether snake sword. Pucci! Wu Kei was unable to defend herself against the tyrannical power. Her graceful body was knocked back in a straight line, and the web between her thumb and index finger that was holding the sword was torn open. Blood dripped down her arm. Be careful. Ghost Child had been spying on Wu Kei the whole time. When he saw that Wu Kei was injured, he let out a loud shout, and the aura around him surged out violently. In an instant, chilly winds blew, and ghosts cried and gods howled. Qila! The faint black Xian Qi that seemed to have come from the 9 hells controlled the Ghost Child's body and spread out like a liquid. The talisman runes surged out and condensed into a particularly ferocious skull pattern. In the most terrifying manner, it directly forced the several kings who were attacking from all directions to retreat. Qi! Old Taoist Ji's claw once again swept toward Wu Quebec. The sharp claw seemed to be able to tear the space apart. It was difficult for the Wu Kei to defend against a Nirvana realm martial king. In the blink of an eye, a chilly evil Qi swept across the sky. Ghost Child activated his pulse soul, and the shadow of the pulse soul covered his body, turning into a ferocious shadow of a flood dragon that coiled in the air. Aho! The ferocious shadow of the flood dragon was huge. Its head was like a skull and evil spirit, and its entire body was covered in a faint black light. The ferocious shadow of the flood dragon opened its mouth and roared. There was a faint black liquid dripping down. Its entire body was glowing and its aura was shocking. It's the 9 Serenities ghost flood dragon. The ferocious shadow of the flood dragon appeared, and old Taoist Ji's expression changed slightly. The 9 Serenities ghost flood dragon was extremely rare, and it was even rarer to be able to become a pulse soul. Elo! Ghost Child's body merged with the 9 Serenities ghost flood dragon as if they were one. His entire body was glowing, and terrifying talisman runes spread all over the sky as he swept toward old Taoisi. Swish, swish! In the air on the left, Gua Xiaofeng activated the Qian Luo sword. The sword shadows crisscrossed, and the sword shadow talisman runes poured out like a flood. The sword radiance wanted to pierce through the space, and the talisman runes bloomed as if it wanted to destroy the universe. However, this terrifying sword radiance could not withstand the siege of so many martial kings. Screech! Black Eagle Tang Wu had already connected to his martial vein. A huge black-winged demonic eagle pulse soul merged with his body, as if he had transformed into a black-winged demonic eagle. The black-winged demonic eagle pulse soul flapped its wings, and a storm swept out. Waves of black energy swept across the sky like raging waves. Break! A burly man sneered. He seized the opportunity when many experts were besieging Black Eagle Tang Wu. A saber radiance slashed down from the sky, penetrating the defense and fiercely landing on the black-winged demonic eagle Pulse Soul Tang Wu activated. Chi-la-la! The saber radiance shattered Black Eagle Tang Wu's Pulse Soul Phantom, and the black-winged demonic eagle Pulse Soul Phantom turned into talisman fragments. Uft! As Black Eagle Tang Wu spat out a mouthful of dark red blood, his body flew away. Chila! Almost at the same time, Ghost Child's 9 Serenity's ghost flood dragon pulse soul was shattered by old Taoist Ji, and his body fell into the valley. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How are you? Vermilion Bird used all her strength to push back her opponent. Her red lips were stained with blood, and she immediately went to Ghost Child's side. I'm not dead yet. You go first. Ghost Child struggled to get up, and his gloomy eyes were extremely serious. Pft, pft, pft. Gua Xiaofeng, Black Eagle Tangwu, and Gu Xingyan were injured again. The 3 of them fell into the valley with wounds all over their bodies. Whoosh, whoosh! No less than 20 Martial King Realm experts and many Martial Lord Realm cultivators gathered in the valley. Waves of aura surged and froze the space. Gu Xingyan, Wu Kei, and the other 4 gathered around with pale faces. TSK, TSK, you want to do this the hard way. At such a young age, you have such cultivation. But when you fall into the hands of Chu Jianghuang, I hope you can still survive. Old Taoist Ji and the others looked at the 5 young men and women in the valley coldly. They sneered, and their figures floated in the air. They waved their hands, and were about to capture the 5 people in the valley. Even if we die, we can't be captured. Just drag a few of them down with us. Gua Xiaofeng's eyes flashed with coldness, but the 5 of them had no other choice but to fight for their lives. They had reached the end of the day. Uft! A terrifying claw print swept across the sky and appeared in front of Gu Xingyan and the others. The 5 of them found it hard to resist the terrifying pressure. You can't touch them today. Just as the 5 of them were about to fight to the death, a cold and indifferent voice came from the sky. At this moment, the dazzling runes on the Tianwu Academy badge in Princess Netherworld Wu Kei's hand had reached its brightest point. The indifferent voice came out suddenly. Gu Xingyan, Ghost Child, Gua Xiaofeng, Tangwu, and Wu Kei's eyes flickered. Uft! In the blink of an eye, a faint light pierced through the space and appeared in front of China, Ghost Child, Gu Xingyan, and the others in the valley. There were 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man was wearing a purple soft armor and a purple mask. His long black hair was loose, but not messy. He carried a strange long box on his shoulder. He stood tall and straight, looking extremely valiant. The woman's figure was graceful, holy, and majestic. Even Gu Xingyan and Wu Kei, who were beside her, paled in comparison. Gu Xingyan and Wu Kei, who were beside the woman, did not lose in terms of looks. Instead, it was the holy and majestic aura that spread out from their bodies. With the appearance of this man and woman, the entire valley trembled. For some unknown reason, the hundreds of people suddenly felt a strange chill in the depths of their souls. Uft! What was even stranger was that the claw print in Taoist Ji's hand stopped in front of the masked man. However, the strange thing was that, for some unknown reason, the masked man did not make any movements. But the claw of Taoist Ji from the Martial King realm of the Nirvana realm stopped right in front of him. It was as if there was an invisible barrier between the 2 of them, preventing Taoist Ji's claw print from moving forward. At this moment, Taoist Ji's gaze changed drastically. Fear surged in his eyes. The masked man turned around, ignoring Taoist Ji, the 20 Martial King realm cultivators, and the hundreds of people in the valley. Looking at Gu Xingyan, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Tangwu, and Gua Xiaofeng, who were all covered in blood and severely injured, a chill suddenly surged in the masked man's clear and deep eyes. Martial King realm cultivators at the Nirvana realm. They are not people you can touch. Die! The masked man turned back and stretched out his hand. A fingerprint suddenly swept out. Uft! As the fingerprint swept out, lightning flashed and a terrible pressure fluctuated from the void. Then it directly destroyed all the defenses on old Taoist Ji's body as easily as tofu. Swoosh! The fingerprint sank into Taoist Ji's forehead and directly penetrated his head. Taoist Ji's pupils contracted. Before the horror could spread, his vitality was completely destroyed. Then his body poured out lightning and exploded in the sky above the valley. Taoist Ji, a martial king at the Nirvana realm, was one of the most powerful martial king realm cultivators present. However, he was killed by the mysterious masked man with just a finger. The sudden change caused the entire valley to tremble with fear. The sudden change left Gu Xinyan, Gua Xiaofeng, and Ghost Child dumbfounded. They stared at the scene in front of them in astonishment. Their eyes were blank. They are here to help us. They are related to Tianwu Academy. After a moment, Princess Netherworld came back to her senses. Looking at the Tianwu Academy badge in her hand, which was glowing with runes, her eyes were filled with excitement and joy. Chapter 795. With just one move, old Taoist Ji was turned into a bloody mist. To everyone in the valley, this was a horrifying thing. They all began to feel chills all over their bodies. The masked man raised his head slightly and looked around the valley. Under the purple soft armor, an invisible chill spread out. Under this chill, the valley was silent. Even the air seemed to have frozen. At this moment, everyone could feel that under the chill, there was a horrifying killing intent spreading out in the sky. That kind of killing intent spread throughout the world like a tide, causing their entire bodies to tremble. Run, run quickly! In the sky above the valley, some of the kings came back to their senses. They looked at each other in fear and chose to run at the same time. All of you go to hell! A cold voice was heard. Under the purple robe and soft armor, there were mysterious runes fluctuating, causing lightning to spread all over his body. The oppressive aura made Gu Xinyan and the others, who were not far away, want to crawl. Rumble! In the sky above the valley, the wind blew and the clouds surged. The sky darkened, dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Sizzle! Out of nowhere, silver snakes wreaked havoc in the sky. The horrifying thunder surged and filled the sky. Bang, bang, bang! Lightning swept down from the sky. Streaks of lightning swept down from the sky and spread out. Under the dumbfounded gazes of Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others, hundreds of martial kings and martial marquis, cultivators who fled in all directions, were suddenly blasted into ashes by the lightning. Those streaks of lightning wreaked havoc, causing Ghost Child, Gua Xiaofeng, Tangwu, and the others' hair to stand on end. This horrifying way of killing people with lightning made them tremble in fear. As the silver snakes swept across, the figures in the sky were blasted into pieces by the lightning. When the last figure turned into blood, mist, and ashes, the lightning in the sky also disappeared from the sky above the valley. Hundreds of people, no less than 20 martial kings, were all killed. Gulp, gulp! Gua Xiaofeng, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, and the others swallowed their saliva and gasped. They looked at the mysterious purple soft armor man in horror. Your injuries are very serious. Take these pills. Rin Yingying walked over to Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, and the others. She handed over a large number of king grade healing pellets to them. You too, you are. Gu Xinyan looked at Rin Yingying and Du Xiaofu. She did not immediately take the pill from Ren Yingying's hand. After the initial shock, her eyes were filled with doubt. Ren Yingying said, "Take it. It's not poison. We are friends, not enemies. Take the pill. Why are you here?" Du Xiaofu landed on the ground, and the Tianwu Academy emblem flickered in his palm. "Thank you for your help. May I ask if you are students of Tianwu Academy?" Seeing the badge in Du Xiaofu's palm, Princess Netherworld Wu Kei was relieved. The crowd received the pills from Ren Yingying's hands. The emblem of Tianwu Academy couldn't be faked. The crowd was perplexed. Judging from the age of the duo, if they were students of Tianwu Academy, they would surely recognize them. However, one of them was mysterious while the other was unfamiliar. "I am Ren Yingying, and he is Qiaofeng. We are related to your sect." Ren Yingying looked at Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, and the others and asked, "Why are you here?" "We were training here, but we didn't expect to encounter some trouble. We offended the city, lord of Chu River City, Chu Jianghuang. We weren't his match. There were two others who tried to cover our escape and ended up in the hands of Chu Jianghuang. Ghost Child looked at Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying in front of him. There was a pleading look in his eyes on his pale face as he said, "The two of you are related to our sect. Could you please save our other two classmates? We will be eternally grateful." Chu River City? Who else ended up in the hands of Chu Jianghuang? Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's gaze trembled, and he immediately asked Ghost Child. As he gazed at the violent fluctuations suffused the eyes of the violet armored young man before him, Ghost Child was slightly surprised in his heart, and he said, "It's a senior and junior of our sect called General and Liu Xiao. For the sake of protecting the five of us as we fled, they fell into Chu River City in the end." Du Xiaofu raised his gaze slightly when he heard that. A chilling intent surged from his eyes. Ghost Child, Gu Xinyan, and the others looked at each other when they felt the chilling intent from the purple-armored youth. They were even more puzzled. "Someone is coming. They are from Chu River City." Suddenly, Ren Yingying said to Du Xiaofu. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's eyes were also looking at the sky in front. A huge white, jade, heavenly goose, demonic beast, had also appeared in the sky. There were many figures rushing over from the sky. The white, jade, heavenly goose flapped its wings and floated in the air. It was Officer Qin and the others who had met Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying not long ago. Official Qin and the experts behind him looked at the commotion around the valley. They could feel the killing intent and the pressure of thunder in the air. Then they looked at the 7 people in the valley, and their expressions changed. They seemed to be from Chu River City. Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Ghost Child, and the others turned serious when they saw the experts on the white jade heavenly goose. I didn't expect Brother Qiao Feng to be familiar with these people. Official Qin landed on the white jade heavenly goose. His clothes were as white as snow. He looked at Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying with a strange look in his eyes. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, extremely politely, "Brother Du Xiaofu, we meet again." Whoosh whoosh. Behind Qin Official, the other figures also landed behind Qin Official, and their auras surged secretly. "Young City Lord, we meet again. I heard that some of them landed in Chu River City." Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Guan and asked straightforwardly. Hearing that, Officer Qin's expression changed. He glanced at Gu Xinyan and Wu Kei before looking at Ren Yingying. He still had a smile on his face and said to Du Xiaofu, "It's a misunderstanding. Brother Qiao Feng, it's all a misunderstanding. If I had known that these people were your friends, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Speaking of which, this misunderstanding is really deep." Under Du Xiaofu's mask, his eyes moved slightly as he looked at Gu Xinyan and the others. He didn't know the reason behind it. Chu Jiang, Emperor of Chu River City, cultivated a technique similar to Ghost Child's Yama scripture. Ghost Child fought with one of Chu Jiang Emperor's disciples at the Nirvana realm. He recognized Ghost Child's Yama scripture and wanted Ghost Child's pulse soul. "He has been chasing after us," Gu Xinyan said. Gu Xinyan said she had just taken Ren Yingying's elixir, and her pale face looked a little better. The back of her head was as black as ink, and it shone like a mirror. It naturally draped over her waist, which made the Qin official look at her. This lady is right. This matter was indeed caused by Brother Qiao Feng's technique and Yama Ghost Child. However, this misunderstanding is a little deep. As soon as Gu Xinyan finished speaking, Officer Qin looked helpless and regretful. He said, "I've just returned to Chu River City from Yuheng Palace. As far as I know, my father, Chu Jiang Emperor, was curious about the Yama scripture and pulse soul of Yama Ghost Child. Therefore, he wanted to take a look at it. Hence, this misunderstanding has occurred. The 2 little brothers who were left in Chu River City are still safe and sound. This is all a misunderstanding." Black Eagle Tang Wu was furious when he heard that. He shouted, "We're not stupid. How can this be a misunderstanding? You guys obviously want to take the Yama scripture and Yama ghost child. Officer Chin glanced at Black Eagle Tangwu and said, I guess my subordinates didn't do a good job and caused this misunderstanding. Since it's a misunderstanding, please let those two go. Du Xiaofu looked straight at Officer Chin and said, Of course, of course. Officer Chin nodded with a smile. Then he frowned slightly and said, However, Brother Xiaofeng, even with my white jade heavenly goose's speed, it will take a day or two to go from here to Chu River City. If we delay, it will probably take even longer. Moreover, those two friends probably won't believe me so easily. His voice paused for a moment before Official Qin's gaze flashed past Du Xiaofu and Reningying. And then he said, Why don't all of you follow me to Chu River City? Firstly, we'll directly resolve this misunderstanding. And secondly, I'll apologize to all of you. What do you think? Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, and the others were all very surprised when they heard Officer Qin's words. However, from their gazes, they naturally wouldn't believe Officer Qin's words so easily. Officer Qin cupped his hands together when he saw the expression in the eyes of Gu Xinyan and the others. He said, All of you young heroes have earned my admiration. I also intend to befriend all of you. This is a good opportunity. Please feel at ease and follow me to Chujiang City. I, Officer Qin, can guarantee that your two friends are safe and sound in Chujiang City. You can definitely be at ease. A strange expression that was difficult to detect flashed across Du Xiaofu's eyes under his mask when he heard Officer Qin's words. After which he nodded and said, All right, since it's a misunderstanding, we will follow Young City, Lord, to Chujiang City. Officer Qin immediately revealed a smile when he heard Du Xiaofu's words. His demeanor was warm and elegant as he said, That's great. Coincidentally, I can make friends with all of you along the way. It is true that no discord leads to friendship. Vermilion Bird, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others looked at each other, after which their gazes turned towards Gu Xinyan. In order to follow Qiao Feng and Ren Yingying, who had suddenly appeared in front of them, Ghost Child, Tang Wu, and the others who had escaped Chujiang City with great difficulty previously, were also somewhat hesitant and worried. Du Xiaofu turned his head and said to Ghost Child and the others, Just follow me. Nothing will happen. Gu Xinyan's beautiful eyes stared intently at Du Xiaofu's eyes as she looked at Du Xiaofu. Subsequently, she secretly bit her red lips and nodded. Gu Xinyan clearly understood in her heart that if Qiao Feng and Reningying were in cahoots with the young city, Lord of Chujiang City, there was no need for them to put on such an act to gain their trust. Given Xiao Feng's strength, it was more than enough to capture them. Today's update has arrived. Chapter 796. Ren Yingying stood by Du Xiaofu's side, holding little Xingxing in her arms. She did not say anything. Even when Du Xiaofu agreed to go to Chujiang City, Ren Yingying did not say anything. However, his gaze would occasionally sweep past Chu Jiangqing and the others. His bright eyes were filled with slight ripples that were filled with coldness. After a while, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, Wu Kei, and Tang Wu sat cross-legged on the back of the white jade heavenly goose. Officer Qin had been enthusiastically chatting with Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying. It seemed that he wanted to find out the relationship between the two and Gu Xinyan's group. More importantly, he hoped to find out the two's origins. Unfortunately, Ren Yingying did not care about Officer Qin. She was holy and cold, completely different from the fierce female bandit image she had in the past few months. It was obviously impossible to get any information out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. In the end, Officer Qin had no choice but to give up. A strange look flashed in his eyes. After Du Xiaofu, Ren Yingying, Officer Qin, and the others left, no one dared to step into the valley, feeling the inexplicable pressure in the air and the wreckage on the ground. Everyone's eyes trembled and their hair stood on their backs. If they had participated in the encirclement, they would have ended up the same way. Chujiang City, a vast city that stretched as far as the eye could see. Looking from afar, a vast silhouette occupied one's line of sight. Noises could be heard from afar in the air. In the big city, it was bustling with noise and bustling with people. Chujiang City was even more lively than the Stone Dragon Empire's imperial capital, Dragon City. It was also much larger than Chujiang City. The young city lord is back. He should have captured those 5 people. The young city lord personally went out. In order to capture those 5 people, it was said that many martial king realm experts were involved. Those 5 people are worth 5 low-grade Dao tools. The white, jade, heavenly goose flew past in midair. Countless figures below Chujiang City raised their heads and looked at each other. Many of them looked at the white-robed young man with envy and reverence in their eyes. Many of the women's hearts were fluttering. Brother Qiao Feng, we're here. The Chujiang Imperial Palace was vast and occupied within Chujiang City. It was dazzling in gold and jade, majestic and continuous. In the vast plaza outside the Chujiang Imperial Palace, the white jade heavenly goose circled low in the air, and everyone jumped down one by one. Where are the 2 people I'm looking for? Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the royal palace of Chujiang as he asked Qin Guan directly. Brother Qiao Feng, don't worry. I will arrange it as soon as possible. Everyone, please enter the Chujiang Imperial Residence and relax for a while. Officer Qin wore a smile on his face. He was gentle and modest, and his long and narrow eyes were filled with smiling ripples. All right. Du Xiaofu nodded and didn't refuse, and he followed Officer Qin directly into the imperial estate. The interior of the Chujiang Imperial Estate was grand and magnificent. The pavilions, ponds, and waterside pavilions were all reflected within the green pines and green cypresses. The green vines, green bamboos, and many exotic flowers and plants adorned it. Du Xiaofu followed Officer Qin and waited until they arrived at a side hall in the Chujiang Imperial Residence. It was ancient and rather quiet. This side hall seemed to be quite a distance away from the center of the Chujiang Imperial Residence. Brother Qiao Feng, all of you must be tired from the journey. Why don't I arrange for everyone to rest in their rooms first? Officer Qin spoke to Du Xiaofu and the others in the side hall, and his gaze had always been intentionally or unintentionally landing on Ren Yingying, Gu Xinyan, and Wu Quebec. There's no need. We'll just wait here. Ren Yingying spoke, yet she didn't look at Officer Qin. All right, everyone, please wait for a moment. If there's anything you need, just instruct the servants outside. I'll take my leave first to make arrangements. Officer Qin smiled lightly as some fluctuations were concealed in his eyes. After that, he bid farewell and left. Qi, as Officer Qin and the others left, Ren Yingying raised her eyes slightly. As she waved her slender hand, a starlight rune spread out and enveloped the side hall. Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, and Ghost Child's eyes moved. They knew what she meant. The walls must have ears. There's a martial royal realm cultivator here. After setting up the seal, Ren Yingying looked at Du Xiaofu and said, I can only vaguely sense that the aura is extremely obscure. Du Xiaofu smiled slightly and said, Are you talking about the one behind Officer Qin, or the other 2 in the Chujiang Imperial Residence? Hearing that, Tang Wu, Ghost Child, and Guo Xiaofeng's eyes trembled. So there was a martial royal realm expert behind Officer Qin, and they didn't know about it and couldn't detect it. What shocked Guo Xiaofeng, Ghost Child, and Tang Wu even more was that there were 2 other martial royal realm experts in the Chujiang Imperial Residence. A lineup of 3 martial royal realm experts was much more powerful than an empire. The thought of 3 martial royal realm experts made Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, and Tang Wu's hair stand on end. One should be at the mysterious level of a 7-star talisman master, and the other should be at the peak of the mysterious level of the martial royal realm. Their auras are very obscure. If they hadn't released their auras to spy on us, I wouldn't have sensed it. Ran Ying looked at Du Xiaofu and raised her eyebrows slightly. She said, "Do you think they'll really let him go?" Hearing that, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with coldness. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Let him go? How can it be that simple? Officer Qin asked us to come here because of you. He didn't keep an eye on you along the way. I think I'll make a mask for you. What do you think? Cut the crap. Let's be serious." Ren Ying glared at Du Xiaofu and said, "Why don't we just capture Officer Qin and exchange him? It's even more disadvantageous for us now that we're here. That martial royal realm expert shouldn't be a problem for you, right?" As they listened to the conversation between Xiao Feng and Ren Ying, the three martial monarchs didn't seem very serious. They seemed to have planned to capture Officer Qin and deal with the martial monarch who had just ascended to the martial monarch realm. Huff! Huff! Ghost Child, Gu Xinyan, and Wu Kei couldn't help but inwardly gasp. That martial royal realm expert shouldn't be a problem. But I'm worried about Officer Qin. That person isn't simple. Maybe he has some trump cards. If he escapes... Coldness flashed in his eyes. Du Xiaofu had already thought about capturing Officer Qin and exchanging him. However, the general and Li Yuxiao were in Chujiang City. If anything happened to them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Du Xiaofu had to be cautious. "Then what do you plan to do now?" Ran Ying understood and looked at Du Xiaofu. Little Xingxing, who was in her arms, raised his little head and looked at Du Xiaofu with his golden eyes. "We'll take it one step at a time. If they let him go obediently, then everything can be discussed. If not, then we can only make them hand him over themselves." As soon as he finished speaking, coldness shot out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. An invisible chill spread out from his body, making Gu Xinyan and the others beside him tremble. "Thank you for your help. We'll thank you in advance. We'll definitely repay your kindness in the future." Gu Xinyan walked out gracefully and bowed to Du Xiaofu and Ren Ying. Her eyes were as pure as autumn water. As she lowered her head, her long eyelashes formed a beautiful arc on her face that had recovered some redness. "Thank you. We'll definitely repay your kindness in the future." Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, Tang Wu, and the others stepped forward and cupped their fists. The two people in front of them did not know each other, but they had helped them so much. The five of them were grateful. Du Xiaofu looked at the five people in front of him. They had all reached the Martial King realm. Gu Xinyan had reached the peak of the Martial King realm and was a 6-star talisman master. The five of them must have had their own fortuitous encounters in the central region in the past 2 years. They must have experienced many dangerous situations to temper themselves. No need to be so polite. If anything happens later, remember not to be too far away from us." Du Xiaofu said to the five of them. It was not the time to tell them his identity yet. Knowing that everyone was safe and sound, Du Xiaofu felt much more at ease. Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others looked at each other. They looked at the mysterious young man and the holy woman in front of them and felt a sense of déjà vu. The five of them even felt a sense of familiarity, but they could not recall it. They could only feel puzzled in their hearts. However, Guo Xiaofeng and the others already had a lot of trust in the man and woman in front of them. Whether or not they could save the general and Li Yuxiao depended on the mysterious young man and the holy woman in front of them. Official Qin is an inner disciple of Yuheng Hall. He has a strong background. Yuheng Hall is one of the 7-star hall. Ran Ying said to Du Xiaofu. She knew that Du Xiaofu was going to the 7-star hall this time. Yuheng Hall. Du Xiaofu murmured. His master, the revered weapon, had said that more than 1,300 years ago his master's best friend, the hall master of Yuheng Hall, took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. That was why his master's primordial spirit left his body and escaped to the dark forest. His physical body was most likely still in Yuheng Hall. We'll have to come into contact with Yuheng Hall sooner or later. I just never thought we'd meet so soon. Du Xiaofu said meaningfully. He had a feeling that he would have many interactions with Yuhing Hall in the future. Afterwards, looking at Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child and the others, Du Xiaofu said, "Let's rest for a while first. I think that even if they want to release them, it'll take a while." Several people sat in a small hall within the royal estate of Jiangchu. The atmosphere was rather gloomy. Their presences were concealed. Most of their presences were rather gloomy, which seemed to be of the same origin as Ghost Child's. Chapter 797. In the small hall, the most eye-catching person was an old man in his 60s, sitting in the middle. The old man's facial features were similar to official Qin's, but the aura on his body was extremely gloomy. Beside the old man were official Qin, who had just left with Du Xiaofu and Rin Yingying, the old man who had just reached the martial royal realm, and the middle-aged man who was at the peak of the martial king realm. The other few people were also old men with extraordinary cultivation and strength. They were presumably experts with extraordinary status in Chujiang City. One of the old men, who was wearing a scholarly robe and had an embroidered robe on his back, sat close to the gloomy old man in the middle. There was a strange emblem embroidered on the old man's embroidered robe. From the looks of the surrounding people, the emblem seemed to have some background. There were few people in the side hall, but only 4 people were seated. Apart from the gloomy old man in the middle, the old man who had just reached the martial emperor realm, and Qin official, who had been following behind official Qin, there was only the old man in the brocade robe who wore a scholarly robe. The others were obviously important people in the Chujiang royal palace and had high positions. However, in front of the 4 people, they could only bow their heads respectfully. That man and woman are extraordinary. The seals they set up are extraordinary. The old man in the embroidered robe said. There was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. They are indeed extraordinary. It seems that they have some background. When the gloomy old man in the middle heard this, he raised his head slightly and looked at the strange people sitting there. He said, "Official, did you find out where they came from?" Official Qin frowned and said, "Those people are very tight-lipped. I couldn't find out where they came from. However, I can be sure that they should be people from outside the spirit domain. Those people are extraordinary. They come from outside the spirit domain. It is very likely that they are the younger generation of the One Valley, 2 religions, 3 sects, and 3 factions." The martial royal realm cultivator, who had just reached the martial royal realm beside official Qin, said, "They can't be from the Spirit Sky Valley. They shouldn't be from the Immeasurable Sect or the Great Lewin Sect." The scholarly old man in the embroidered robe said. The aura on his body was faintly discernible, but it wasn't hard to tell that he was a 7-star spirit talisman master. Based on Brother Ling Yuan's observation skills, it seems that those few young people are definitely not disciples of the One Valley and 2 sects. Then they can only be disciples of the 3 sects and 3 factions. The gloomy old man in the middle said, "This is the spirit domain. Even if it's the 3 sects and 3 factions, we don't have to worry too much," said the old man who had just reached the martial emperor realm, who had been following official Qin. Protector Zhi Ming is right. This is spirit realm. The gloomy old man's eyes had a slight. "Father, I've already brought back the person who cultivates the Yama scripture. I think that as long as Father obtains your Yama scripture and the 9 abyss ghost dragon beast energy, you'll be able to take another step forward." Officer Qin smiled and said to the gloomy old man in the middle of the room, "That was the lord of Chujiang City, Chujiang Huang, his father. He was also an overlord in the entire spirit realm. The Yama Sutra and the 9 nether ghost dragon beast energy are extremely useful to me. If I can get them, my chances of making a breakthrough will increase greatly." Chujiang Emperor smiled. His eyes narrowed slightly. Then he said, "However, that man and woman are not ordinary. If we make a move now, it will cause too much of a commotion. It will be troublesome. Father, this is the Chujiang Royal Palace. Not everyone can come and go as they please. No matter how extraordinary they are, they won't be able to escape." Official Qin smiled. He was extremely confident. Then, An obscure look flashed across his eyes. He said, "However, one of the women is a little troublesome. But when the time comes, as long as she is in our hands, I will have a way to deal with her. Nephew, don't worry. It won't be troublesome. I have some small tricks that can make people forget some things. It's not difficult." The old man wearing a brocade robe had a strange smile on his face. He said, "As long as your father obtains the Yama Sutra and the 9 nether ghost dragon beast energy secret rune, he will have a chance of making a breakthrough in a short period of time. At that time, the strength of Chujiang City will increase greatly. With you in the Alioth Palace, no one will be able to contend against Chujiang City. Of course, I want the Yama Sutra and the 9 nether ghost dragon beast energy secret rune. I also want the others." Official Qin's long and narrow eyes rippled with a faint cold aura. "Be careful of the man and woman who came later. Otherwise, there will be a sudden change." Chu Jiang Emperor said. There was a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. He didn't seem to be too worried in his heart. A young man and a young woman. This was the Chujiang Royal Palace. How could they defy the heavens? 2 hours later, Official Qin came alone in the side hall. There was still a smile on his face. "Young city lord, where are the 2 people you let go?" Du Xiaofu saw that there was no one behind Official Qin. There was a trace of coldness in his clear eyes. "Brother Qiao Feng, I'm really sorry. The 2 brothers you wanted didn't believe me, no matter what. They thought we were lying to them. They would rather die than come out." Official Qin looked apologetic and regretful. He said, "So I think I can only ask Brother Qiao Feng to go personally." Hearing this, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others' expressions changed. Then their gazes fell on Du Xiaofu and Rin Ying. "Okay, I'll go with you." Du Xiaofu didn't think too much. He nodded to Official Qin and said to Ren Ying, "Wait for me here." Ren Ying looked at Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, and the others. She nodded slightly. She didn't seem to be too worried about Du Xiaofu. Ren Ying nodded and said to Du Xiaofu, "Okay, be careful. Let's go together." Ghost Child, Gua Xiaofeng, and Tang Wu stepped forward. They wanted to go with Du Xiaofu. They didn't feel at ease letting Du Xiaofu go alone. Du Xiaofu looked at the 3. His clear eyes moved slightly. He nodded and said, "Okay, you 3 come with me. If that's the case, then please come with me." When the Qin official saw this, the 3 women stayed behind as a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. After which, he led Du Xiaofu and the other 3 away. Du Xiaofu walked out of the small hall and nodded to Ren Ying. Then he followed Official Qin. On the way, Official Qin talked and laughed casually. Du Xiaofu followed beside him. He kept looking around. Under the mask, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Soon, a solitary courtyard appeared before them. It was empty all around. Official Qin's eyes moved. He said to Du Xiaofu, "Brother Qiao Feng, it's just up ahead." Those 2 brothers are really stubborn. No matter what I said, they weren't willing to believe me. They insisted on seeing you guys before leaving. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. Ghost Child, Gua Xiaofeng, and Tang Wu looked around cautiously. Du Xiaofu stepped into the courtyard and looked around. Then, he directly entered the courtyard. Indeed, there were 2 familiar auras there. In the small hall, 2 young men stood quietly. Their ages were about the same. They both looked to be around 22 or 23 years old. One of them had clear and deep facial features. He had a faint bronze complexion. When one looked at him, there was an invisible aura that seemed to be able to dominate the sky and suppress the mountains and rivers. However, this young man's face was pale and his aura was weak. The other young man had a tall and straight figure. His red hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were dark red, and there was an indescribable majesty and evil aura around him. However, this young man's aura was also as weak as the former, and his face was pale. At this moment, the 2 of them seemed to have their profound auras sealed. These 2 people were the general and Li Yuxiao from Tianwu Academy. The 2 years of training in the Central Plains had also left traces on their bodies, causing their immaturity to be worn away quite a bit, making them appear even sharper and fiercer. Their auras were also at the initial stage of Martial King Realm. However, their profound auras had long been sealed and they couldn't circulate it. If it wasn't for the fact that the resources in Tianwu Academy were lower, they might be even stronger with their talent and character. I don't know why they brought us here from the underground prison. Could it be that Ghost Child and the others have fallen into their hands? The general was worried. They had just been brought here from the underground prison, and they felt uneasy. I hope that Ghost Child and Wu Kei are safe. At the very least, they can leave behind a legacy for Tianwu Academy and have a chance to rebuild Tianwu Academy, Liu Xiao said as his dark red eyes dimmed. If they're safe, you guys will be safe as well. A faint voice sounded. Just as Liu Xiao finished speaking, a figure walked into the hall. The person was wearing purple armor and a mask. He carried a strange box on his back, and no one knew what was inside. Looking at the mysterious figure that suddenly appeared, the general and Liu Xiao's expressions tensed up. They were on their guard, and astonishment could be seen in their eyes. General, Liu Xiao, it's good that the two of you are fine. They can rest assured now. 3 figures rushed into the hall with joy in their eyes. They were Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, and Tang Wu. Ghost Child, it's you guys. When the general, Liu Xiao, and Liu Xiao saw the 3 of them, they were surprised. However, before their joy could be seen, their expressions turned solemn. The general asked, "Why are you here?" "Where are junior sister Wu Kei and junior sister Xinyan? Were you captured too?" "Don't worry, we're fine. Brother Qiao Feng saved us," Black Eagle Tang Wu said to the general and Liu Xiao. "Brother Qiao Feng!" Hearing that, the general and Liu Xiao looked at Du Xiaofu with astonishment and doubt in their eyes. Chapter 798. Brother Qiao Feng is an expert and has some connections with Tianwu Academy. It's a long story. I will tell you in detail when the time comes. Guo Xiaofeng said to the general and Liu Xiao, "We are here to bring you guys away. Didn't the people from Chujiang City tell you?" "No. They left after bringing us out of the dungeon. We didn't know what they were up to and thought that you guys were captured," Liu Xiao said in astonishment. "They didn't tell you guys?" Ghost Child immediately had a bad premonition when he heard that. He immediately looked at Du Xiaofu. "Are you guys all right?" Du Xiaofu looked around and then looked at the general and Liu Xiao. His hand seals changed and numerous seals, accompanied by runes, landed on the 2 of them at lightning speed. Puchi. As Du Xiaofu's finger fell, the general and Liu Xiao both spat out a mouthful of black blood. The profound energy aura on their bodies began to fluctuate, and the seals on their bodies were immediately broken. "We are fine. We just suffered a little in the dungeon." The general was astonished. The 2 of them were unable to break the seals on their bodies, but the mysterious person in front of them was able to break them easily. His strength was extraordinary. "Oh no, official Qin disappeared." Suddenly, Guo Xiaofeng cried out in surprise. That official Qin had disappeared without a trace. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw the general and Liu Xiao, but forgot about official Qin. They didn't know when he disappeared. "We are trapped. There are already rune arrays set up in the surroundings." Du Xiaofu didn't seem to be surprised as he looked around the hall. Official Qin stood in the distance outside the courtyard, and several figures appeared behind him. Their auras were all at the Martial King realm. Activate the rune arrays and suppress those people. Capture them alive first. Qin official's eyes flashed with coldness. The calm and graceful demeanor on his body disappeared, leaving only a cold sneer on his face. Rumble. Someone started to activate the rune arrays. Instantly, numerous dazzling runes appeared around the inconspicuous courtyard, and a powerful aura spread out. The entire courtyard shook, and the surrounding space was about to distort. The entire courtyard turned into a huge rune array that was enough to suppress an ordinary martial monarch realm cultivator. The Chujiang Royal Palace was run by the Chu-Jiang Emperor for many years. It was definitely not simple. There were countless rune arrays and other methods inside. If an ordinary person barged in, not to mention the numerous experts in the Chu-Jiang royal palace, the rune arrays were even more terrifying. They would be suppressed even before they could see the Chu-Jiang Emperor. Qin Guan's plan was to not waste any effort and directly suppress the extraordinary Qiaofeng within. Official Qin had wanted to take action in the range mountain, but he was worried about Chu Jiangyi. He wanted her Jiangyi's heart. In addition, Officer Qin also felt that Qiaofeng and Qiao Li were extraordinary. Even if they were to fight, if they were to escape, there would be endless trouble in the future. It would be safe if he brought them to the Chu-Jiang royal palace. Originally, this Qin official thought that he would have to spend a little more effort to persuade them to enter the Chu-Jiang imperial residence. However, the Qin official didn't expect that he would be able to easily bring these people into the Chu-Jiang royal palace. Furthermore, it was smoothly brought into the talisman array that had been arranged long ago. At this moment, it was absolutely safe. After suppressing these people and obtaining the Yama Sutra and the 9 Abyss Ghost, Dragon, Beast Energy secret rune from one of them, his father's cultivation would be able to take a step forward, and he would also be able to win the girl's heart. This was especially true for the other 2 women. Although they were slightly inferior to the pure and holy woman, they were still peerless beauties. One was like a fairy, while the other was like a demon. Thinking of all this, Qin Guan smiled. Everything was under his control. No one could escape from his control. Rumble! The talisman array was activated and the mysterious patterns on the talismans flickered. The entire courtyard seemed to have come alive. Li Yuxiao, the general, Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, and Tang Wu were immediately frozen by the terrifying suppressive force. With their strength, it was impossible for them to resist the suppression of the talisman array. They were extraordinary, but their cultivation was still too weak. This talisman array was probably enough to suppress ordinary martial monarchs. Needless to say, for Du Xiaofu, the Chu-Jiang royal palace was extremely careful. Naturally, it wasn't something that the general and the other 4 could contend against. All of you, be careful. Follow me. Du Xiaofu looked at the densely packed talisman runes around him. Then he formed a seal with his hands, and lines of talisman runes appeared in his hands. These were talisman arrays and talisman runes. From the time Du Xiaofu was born until now, including the 2.5 years in the ancient desolate space, it was no less than 3 years. During this period of time, Du Xiaofu's cultivation had always been at the peak of the Martial King realm and the peak of the 6-star Talisman Master realm. However, Du Xiaofu's comprehension of various profoundness, including talisman arrays, had definitely improved tremendously, although he could directly ignore the talisman array by activating his arterial soul. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu had the intention to hide himself. He didn't intend to casually expose himself. The talisman runes in his hands swept out. Du Xiaofu planned to directly break the talisman array. Although this talisman array wasn't weak, Du Xiaofu, who had been secretly spying on it, didn't think that he couldn't break the talisman array. Rumble! The talisman array was activated, suppressing everything. Official Qin had a smile on his face. This move was almost foolproof. However, it didn't take long before Official Qin seemed to have sensed something. There was a strange fluctuation in his smiling eyes. An extremely powerful talisman array rippled out from outside the courtyard. Then it spread out in all directions, as if it was about to break down. Young City Lord, it seems a little unusual. Behind Official Qin, several people's faces changed. They felt that the talisman array was unusual. Crack, crack, the terrifying talisman array rippled. Then, a shocking energy fluctuation swept out. The talisman array shook. In the end, it shattered under the astonished gazes of Official Qin and the others. Walala! Energy swept across the sky. The talisman array shattered, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Sand and stones flew in all directions. However, the fluctuation wasn't too big. This was because the talisman array wasn't forcefully broken. Instead, the talisman array was dissolved and destroyed from the inside out. Chi-chi! Outside the courtyard, as the talisman array shattered, 6 figures walked out. It was Du Xiaofu, the general, Liu Xiao, Ghost Child, and the others. Official Qin's face was filled with surprise. His long and narrow eyes were filled with coldness, but it disappeared in a flash. Looking at Du Xiaofu and the others who came out of the courtyard, Official Qin's face immediately turned into a worried and apologetic expression. He directly ran over and said, "Brother Qiao Feng, are you all right? I don't know how the talisman array was activated. I was so worried. It's good that you're fine." "Is that so?" Du Xiaofu shook his head slightly as he looked at Qin official, who was running over with an apologetic and worried face, after which his body rushed out in a lightning-like manner. With a wave of his hand, a fist that was wrapped in a flickering lightning glow violently smashed toward Qin official. Du Xiaofu's face immediately changed, and he immediately attacked without holding back. How could Du Xiaofu not know what official Qin wanted to do? However, Du Xiaofu had always been worried about the general and Liu Xiao being captured. At this moment, the general and Liu Xiao were by his side and safe. Du Xiaofu no longer had any worries. There was only anger. Official Qin's face also changed slightly in response to Qiao Feng's sudden change in expression. Feeling the terrifying aura of Du Xiaofu's punch, he didn't dare to underestimate it. "Brother Qiao Feng, what are you doing?" As he shouted, Official Qin didn't immediately turn hostile. He immediately stopped in his tracks and retreated hastily. At this extremely fast speed, a rune light enveloped his entire body. Official Qin was obviously secretly waiting for Du Xiaofu. Boom! Following that, a fist mark caused the space to tremble. He raised his arm and directly collided with Du Xiaofu. Official Qin attacked. The runes on his fist flickered with a trace of unpredictability. He quickly blocked Du Xiaofu's punch, as if he wanted to take the opportunity to gauge Du Xiaofu's intentions. Bang! A low, muffled explosion immediately sounded. As the runes surged, sand and stones flew in all directions. There was even lightning wreaking havoc. Crackle! The lightning bolts overflowed in all directions. In a strange way, they could destroy everything and corrode Official Qin's defense. Dang dang! With a muffled sound, energy surged. Official Qin's feet scraped against the ground as he rapidly retreated more than 10 steps before forcefully stabilizing his body. However, he looked extremely miserable and his hair fluttered in the wind. The general, Liu Xiao, and the others squinted their eyes. As bystanders, they could feel the terrifying fluctuations from the collision just now. This mysterious young man called Qiao Feng's strength had reached such a powerful level. No wonder he dared to enter the Chujiang royal residence to save them. At this moment, in a small hall in the Chujiang royal residence, Ren Yingying, Gu Xinyan, and Wu Kei were all standing without sitting down. Gu Xinyan and Wu Kei's eyes were filled with worry and nervousness. They were a little worried about Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others. "Let's go. I think there's already a result." Suddenly, Ren Yingying raised her head slightly. Her graceful figure walked out of the courtyard. 2 strands of black hair by her cheeks gently brushed against her face with the wind. She was so holy and majestic. As the 3 women walked out of the courtyard, several figures appeared. Several martial king auras fluctuated. One of the martial kings with Nirvana realm cultivation stepped forward and looked at Ren Yingying and Gu Xinyan. Wu Kei and the other 2 women were shocked. They immediately stopped them and said, "Ladies, this is the Chujiang royal residence. Please don't walk around. Today's update. Today's fresh flowers have reached 850, so Shaoyi will explode tomorrow." Chapter 799. It's him. Seeing the martial king realm Nirvana realm cultivator, Gu Xinyan and Wu Kei's expressions changed. This person had fought with them before. He was the disciple of Emperor Chu Jiang. It was this person who discovered Ghost Child's Yama scripture and the 9 Abyss Ghost Dragon Pulsol, which made them run for their lives. The initiator was this person in front of them. You want to stop me? Ren Yingying hugged little Xingxing in her arms. Her eyes flickered and there was a hint of coldness. Please respect yourselves. This is the Emperor Chu Jiang Palace. The Martial King Realm, Nirvana Realm, cultivator's expression changed slightly. Facing the holy and majestic woman in front of him, he felt like his soul was trembling for no reason. Get lost! Ren Yingying went forward. Her temperament became more dignified. Coldness swept past her as she went forward. Then don't blame me for being impolite. The Martial King Realm, Nirvana Realm cultivator shouted. If these were not the women that the junior brother of the city master had his eyes on, he would not be so polite. As he shouted, the former's sinister aura filled the sky. He stomped his foot, and with the sinister aura, a claw print was formed. The fierce, sinister aura was terrifying. Like a flash flood, the claw print covered Ren Yingying. The former attacked instantly. The sinister aura shrouded and made people's souls tremble. The coldness in Ren Yingying's eyes became even more intense. She waved her hand and her beautiful figure spun and moved, drawing a graceful arc. Her figure quickly retreated. In an instant, it seemed dangerous. However, Ren Yingying cleverly escaped from the former's claw print. Swish! At the same time, Ren Yingying's figure did not stop. The moment she escaped from the former's claw print, her beautiful figure appeared in front of the former instantly. The aura around her changed. Her dress fluttered. A mysterious light rune surged out from Ren Yingying's body, making people's hearts ripple. Kill! Ren Yingying shouted. She was holy and majestic. Coldness poured out from her eyes. The light around her carried an extraordinary holiness. She raised her wrist, and a handprint suddenly fell. Rumble! When this handprint landed, there were talisman runes gushing out. It carried a vast aura that covered the sky and covered the earth as it directly suppressed the Martial King at the Nirvana Realm. This handprint seemed to have suppressed and solidified the space, and the surroundings fell into a strange stagnation. Bang! As the handprint fell, the defense of the Nirvana Realm cultivator of the Frost Martial King Realm was easily destroyed and turned into broken runes. He couldn't compete with Ren Yingying at all. Dark red blood spurted out from his mouth, and his body directly turned into a bloody mist under the suppression of the handprint. Bang, bang, bang! Streams of invisible ripples spread across the space. The surrounding Martial Emperor Realm cultivators had no idea what was happening. While they were still in shock, their bodies were shattered into blood mists by the terrifying ripples. Ka! The cracks on the ground continued to spread. All of this caused Gu Xinyan and Wu Kei, who were behind him, to be in a daze for a long time. Only then did they know that the holy and majestic woman named Ren Yingying in front of them was also extremely terrifying. Gu Xinyan and Wu Kei looked at each other. Looking at Ren Yingying's attack just now, they felt a sense of déjà vu. Qiao Feng, what are you doing? In front of the courtyard, Official Qin's figure retreated. His face was gloomy, and he was no longer polite. However, Official Qin didn't expect Qiao Feng to change his face so quickly. If he wasn't slightly prepared, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state just now. More importantly, Official Qin had the intention to test Qiao Feng's strength just now. Only then did he realize that Qiao Feng's strength was also very strong. It was just as he was worried. This Qiao Feng was strange and extraordinary, and his strength was terrifying. What I want to do is the same as what you want to do, Du Xiaofu said coldly. The Chu Jiang royal palace had captured the general and Liu Xiao and chased after Gu Xinyan and the others. If he wasn't lucky enough to meet them, it would be unimaginable this time. Along the way, Du Xiaofu remembered the insidious scheme of official Qin. How could he let the Chu Jiang royal palace go? At this point, Du Xiaofu also knew that if he wanted to leave the Chu Jiang royal palace, he wouldn't be kind. No matter what, he couldn't be courteous today. Boom! As his voice fell, a terrifying aura swept out from Du Xiaofu's body. The coldness spread out, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Young city lord, let me suppress this guy. A middle-aged martial king who had attacked Du Xiaofu in the outer mountains of the spirit domain shouted softly, and his figure dashed out. This martial king realm cultivator had always been concerned about what had happened in the mountains. Just as Du Xiaofu's aura fluctuated, he was already prepared. His figure instantly pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! This person was a martial king realm cultivator. The aura on his body was extremely vigorous, and runes burst out from his body. Although he didn't think that he was weaker than the young man, from the various signs, he knew that the young man was indeed extremely powerful. This person didn't dare to be careless. A fist seal condensed and released runes. The fist was sparkling and translucent, like a meteorite, and instantly swept in front of Du Xiaofu. This perfect martial king realm middle-aged man had an extremely high status in Chujiang City. His cultivation was only below the martial emperor realm, which gave him the right to be arrogant. There were quite a number of young experts who had died at his hands, including those with extraordinary talents. Swish! His opponent's fist seal arrived in front of him in an instant, and a strange suppressive aura fluctuated. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows, and a murderous intent gushed out from his eyes under the mask. Du Xiaofu also made his move, and a fist seal was formed. Du Xiaofu didn't use the domineering aura of the golden winged rock. Instead, he used the mysterious move and merged the ultimacy of the mysterious move into it, making the fist seal similar to the mysterious move. The fist seal instantly collided with the former. It was overbearing and terrifying, as if it could shatter the void. Around the fist, there was a faint power that could distort the surrounding space, as if it was going to shatter the surrounding space. Boom! The fist seal collided, and the place where they collided shook violently. Then, a terrifying force exploded. Du Xiaofu's fist was glowing, and suddenly it was filled with thunder and lightning, and a brilliant silver snake flashed, wreaking havoc in the surrounding space. The martial king realm cultivator was shocked. He didn't expect that his opponent's fist, which was already terrifying, would contain such a terrifying force of thunder. Bang bang! Along with a loud sound, Du Xiaofu's fist shattered the martial king realm cultivator's fist. Then, the destructive force of thunder and lightning poured out in an overwhelming manner, destroying all of the former's defenses. The dazzling silver lightning raged. It was dazzling and gorgeous, but it hid a destructive force. Puff! The martial king realm cultivator spat out blood. Then the bones in his body cracked and blood splattered. Then his entire body turned into a bloody mist. With just a single move, a perfect martial emperor realm cultivator was killed by Du Xiaofu with a single move. The other martial king realm cultivators were about to besiege Qiao Nan, but when they saw this terrifying scene, they were shocked and quickly retreated, their eyes filled with fear. Gulp, gulp! The general and Li Yuxiao gulped and gasped. They could feel the strength of the middle-aged man, but he killed Qiao Feng with just one punch. That kind of strength was truly shocking. In just one move, a martial king realm cultivator was killed in front of them. The expression in official Qin's eyes was also extremely gloomy. His face, which had always been smiling, was now covered with dark clouds and filled with anger. Qiao Feng, no matter who you are, you will pay the price today. Official Qin was furious. His eyes flashed with coldness and killing intent. Qi. As official Qin's voice fell, there were some silent fluctuations in the space. Then, an old man appeared in front of him. It was the old man who had just reached the martial royal realm, who had been following official Qin. Official Qin, you step back first. Let me deal with this guy. When the old man appeared, he looked at Du Xiaofu, but his voice was directed at official Qin. Then I'll have to trouble you, Guardian Jiming. I want him alive. There must be something special about this guy. Maybe I can find some treasures. Official Qin did not object. He did not intend to fight with Qiao Feng. There was no need for that because Qiao Feng was going to die anyway. However, he might be able to find some treasures on him. Okay, I'll try my best to keep him alive. The aura of the old man, who was called Guardian Jiming, began to surge. His eyes were bright as he stared at Du Xiaofu. The aura of the old man caused the surrounding space to freeze. It had already spread to Du Xiaofu, the general, Liu Xiao, and the others behind him. That's a martial royal realm expert. Under that terrifying aura, the general and Liu Xiao's expressions changed. They could feel that the old man in front of them had surpassed the martial royal realm. As for Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, and Tang Wu, they already knew that the old man was a martial royal realm expert. At that moment, they felt the pressure and the qi in their bodies almost stagnated. Brothers, there will be a small explosion today. The next update will be released around 7 p.m. Chapter 800. Kid, where are you from? Tell me, and I might spare your life today. Protector Jiming stood in midair and asked Du Xiaofu. His footsteps were getting closer and closer to Du Xiaofu. His aura was oppressive. He was a martial royal realm expert, the protector of Yuheng Hall, Emperor Jiming. He was famous in the entire spirit region. However, facing this young man, Emperor Jiming guessed that this young man might be a disciple of one of the 3 sects and 3 factions. Although he was not too worried, he still wanted to get a definite answer. Initial martial royal realm. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the other party. He could feel the aura emanating from the other party's body. It was quite vigorous. This old man should be much stronger than the 2 martial royal realm experts he had killed in the Stone City. Although he was much stronger, it was not in terms of cultivation level. Instead, it was in terms of cultivation level. His strength was indeed much stronger. His aura was extraordinarily vigorous. Emperor Jiming looked at Du Xiaofu and saw that the young man did not take him seriously. This kind of disregard made Emperor Jiming's gaze turn cold. Kid, you are too arrogant. I can feel that you have a secret technique to hide the aura of your cultivation level. However, you cannot hide that you are a martial king. Emperor Jiming's words carried a trace of indifference and a sense of superiority. He looked down at Du Xiaofu. The difference between the martial royal realm and the martial royal realm was too great. You will not live past today. Du Xiaofu looked at Emperor Jiming. Even if this person was stronger than the 2 martial royal realm experts he had killed in the Stone City, Du Xiaofu would not take him seriously. He had already killed an emperor. Although he had not become an emperor, he could already kill one. This made Du Xiaofu realize that although a martial monarch who had just ascended to the martial monarch realm was strong, there was no need for him to be concerned. Kid, you are courting death. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Emperor Jiming could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and shouted loudly. His dignity as an emperor was absolutely violated. In an instant, Emperor Jiming took a step forward and erupted with a terrifying aura that caused the entire sky to rumble and tremble. Talisman markings flashed, and a strand of dazzling light dyed the sky, while profound energy rose and fell like an ocean. Boom! His aura surged, and Emperor Jiming dashed towards Du Xiaofu at an extremely fast speed. That was the speed of a ruler. He could pass through the void in an instant, leaving only an afterimage in the spatial ripples. Swish! Emperor Jiming's finger congealed and shot straight at Du Xiaofu's chest. A terrifying aura erupted from this finger imprint. Energy swept out like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the void and instantly arriving at Du Xiaofu's chest. Emperor Jiming's attack was clean, swift, and terrifying. Emperor Jiming wanted to suppress Du Xiaofu with a single move. Regardless of speed or strength, he did not hold back and almost went all out. Emperor Ji Ming wanted to show off his strength as a martial royal realm cultivator. This was the attack of a martial royal realm powerhouse. A finger imprint was enough to pierce through mountains and rivers. Not far away, the general, Liu Xiao, Ghost Child, and the others who were about to be suppressed were horrified. Their hearts were in their throats. Swish! The terrifying finger imprint pierced through the void and landed on Du Xiaofu's chest in a flash. At this moment, Du Xiaofu didn't dodge and allowed the fingerprint that could penetrate mountains and rivers to land on his chest. At that moment, Du Xiaofu's purple soft armor exploded with light. In the next instant, Du Xiaofu also moved. Murderous intent spread out from his eyes. Lightning flashed within both of his eyes. His entire body seemed to have lightning spreading from within. Similarly, a finger seal was formed, appearing just like a thunderbolt. Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted softly. His hair danced wildly under the sweeping force. The domineering and destructive aura was like a suppressed volcano erupting. His eyes were filled with lightning. The thunderous finger imprint was a real thunderbolt. A destructive aura shot up into the sky and landed right in between Emperor Ji Ming's eyebrows. The Emperor of Ji Ming seemed to have sensed something, and his disdain and contempt instantly turned into fear. His pupils constricted, and his heart trembled violently. Swish! The finger imprint landed and destroyed all of Emperor Ji Ming's defenses. It pierced right through his forehead. Walala! Emperor Ji Ming's body turned into a bloody mist in his trembling eyes. Only the remaining lightning was left. It was like a gorgeous rain of light overflowing in all directions. The space was eerily silent. Everyone's eyes trembled as they witnessed a martial royal realm powerhouse being killed in a single move. The general, Liu Xiao, Ghost Child, and the others were also stunned. Officer Qin and the martial king realm cultivators from the royal mansion of Chujiang were finally filled with fear. Previously, Officer Qin had been wary of Qiao Feng because he knew that he was not an ordinary person. However, Guardian Jiming, a martial royal realm beginner, was also killed in a single move by Qiao Feng. Officer Qin and the others were completely shocked. Qin Guan knew that even if he used his trump card, he would not be able to kill a martial royal who had just reached the martial royal realm and was even a guardian Jiming. Everyone was shocked. No one knew that Du Xiaofu had many trump cards. However, among all of Du Xiaofu's trump cards, the one that was impossible to guard against was not Du Xiaofu's golden-winged rock cultivation method, nor was it the mysterious technique or the rock golden wings. It was his insane physical body. Du Xiaofu's physical body was extremely strong because he had cultivated the golden-winged rock cultivation method. It was comparable to the real rock golden wings. After that, various forging and opportunities allowed Du Xiaofu's physical body to be comparable to the real golden-winged rock cultivation method. Not long ago, when he was reborn, his physical body was refined by the thunder martial vein and the star energy, the grass of immortality, the dark hole grass, and the purple flame, demonic phoenix's demonic flame. This allowed Du Xiaofu's physical body to be stronger than an ordinary golden-winged rock cultivation method. Such a terrifying physical defense was even stronger than a demonic beast sovereign. It was Du Xiaofu's most practical trump card. Such a terrifying physical body could make people careless and numb. It was enough to make the opponent fall into a state of eternal damnation. Emperor Ji Ming was no ordinary being. If Du Xiaofu really wanted to kill him, a fierce battle would have been unavoidable. Even if he could kill Emperor Ji Ming in the end, Du Xiaofu would have to spend a lot of time and effort. But now, Emperor Ji Ming was careless and disdainful, exchanging one finger for another. In such a way, Du Xiaofu, who had just reached the martial emperor realm, was powerless and pale. Whoosh whoosh! In the sky, two figures arrived at the speed of lightning. Two terrifying auras descended, causing the general and the others, who were still in shock, to tremble violently. The two auras were even more terrifying than the martial emperor realm expert from before. Du Xiaofu's gaze immediately looked toward the two people who had just arrived. They were two old men. One of them had a terrifying aura which was extremely similar to Ghost Child's. However, his aura was at the peak of the martial emperor realm. The other one was a 7-star talisman master who had just reached the martial emperor realm. He wore a brocade robe over his scholarly robe. Du Xiaofu wasn't too surprised by the appearance of these two people. His spiritual soul power had long since probed into the Jiangchu royal residence. There was a 7-star soul symbol master and a martial monarch expert at the mysterious level. Chu Jianghuang. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered slightly. The martial king realm expert at the peak of the martial emperor realm looked quite similar to official Qin. He should be the city lord of Chujiang City, Chu Jianghuang. When Chu Jianghuang and Ling Yuanzi appeared, they immediately scanned the surroundings. When their gazes landed on the young face wearing a mask, their eyes were filled with coldness and some hidden astonishment. Father, Uncle Ling Yuanzi, Guardian Ji Ming has been killed by Qiao Feng. That guy's physical defense is terrifying. Seeing his father and Ling Yuanzi arrive, official Qin's astonished expression recovered slightly. He immediately informed his father and Ling Yuanzi. Naturally, Qin Guan could tell that Du Xiaofu's terrifying physical defense was the prerequisite for him being able to kill Protector Jiming. He couldn't let his father and Ling Yuanzi suffer such a huge loss. Kid, after so many years, you are the first one who dares to behave atrociously in the Chujiang royal palace. Chu Jianghuang's voice was gloomy and hoarse like the voice of a ghost. A fierce and gloomy light gradually appeared in his eyes. You shouldn't have targeted me. Since you have done it, you must pay the price. Du Xiaofu's figure slowly descended. The eyes under the mask looked at Chu Jianghuang and Ling Yuanzi. The aura on his body also became colder and colder. Kid, you're dead today. Chu Jianghuang's gloomy eyes stared straight at Du Xiaofu. His old face was extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with unparalleled killing intent. Chapter 801. This young man had killed a protector of Yuheng Palace, a martial king realm expert. Chu Jianghuang's heart was filled with murderous intent. He must kill this kid today. Du Xiaofu looked at Chu Jianghuang with undisguised murderous intent in his eyes. This person had targeted Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others. He had lured Du Xiaofu into the Chujiang royal palace to kill him. With Du Xiaofu's personality, he would not let him go. Brother Ling Yuanzi, let's work together and suppress this kid first. Chu Jianghuang said to Ling Yuanzi beside him. Chu Jianghuang was still a little fearful of this person who could kill Jiming Emperor, regardless of whether it was because of his strong physical defense or not. Caution is the parent of safety. Chu Jianghuang was never a careless person. Otherwise, he would not have been able to live to this day and achieve what he had today in this realm. All right, let's kill him together. Ling Yuanzi looked at Chu Jianghuang and nodded. It seemed like this was not the first time the two of them had worked together. Instantly, they spread out and trapped Du Xiaofu in the middle. Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold as he looked at Chu Jianghuang and Ling Yuanzi. The profound qi in his body surged and spread out with a faint electric glow. Whoosh, whoosh! Suddenly, 3 beautiful figures came from afar. After a few flashes, they appeared in front of Du Xiaofu and the others. They were Ren Yingying, Gu Xinyan, and Wu Quebec General Li Yuxiao. Are you all right? Wu Kei asked happily when she saw the general and Li Yuxiao. We're fine. Li Yuxiao and the general came back to their senses. Then their eyes were attracted to Ren Yingying. That beautiful figure seemed familiar. Ren Yingying came to Du Xiaofu's side and glanced at Chu Jianghuang and Ling Yuanzi. Then she said to Du Xiaofu, I'll leave the martial king at the peak of the mysterious realm to you. I'll leave the 7-star talisman master to me. Seeing Ren Yingying, Gu Xinyan, and Wu Kei arrive, Du Xiaofu's worries disappeared. He nodded at Ren Yingying. Then he looked at Chu Jianghuang with a cold, killing intent. Du Xiaofu said, "It seems like you guys can't work together." Chu Jianghuang and Ling Yuanzi's eyes flickered when they saw the three women walking over and looking at Ren Yingying. "Brother Ling Yuan, let's end this quickly. We can't let him go." Chu Jianghuang took a deep breath. He was a little afraid, but it soon turned into a strong, killing intent. Chu Jianghuang knew clearly that this young man before him was simply too terrifying. If this matter was not resolved today, it would not be long before this young man would reach an unimaginable level. If Chu Jianghuang didn't kill Chu Jianghuang now, Chu Jianghuang would be a huge threat in the future. Suppress. As Chu Jianghuang spoke, the aura of a 7-star talisman master surged out from Ling Yuanzi's body. Kill. As soon as Chu Jianghuang shouted out, his figure instantly flashed out as well. Strands of profound energy that seemed like ghost qi suffused his body like liquid, and a ghastly aura enveloped the entire Chujiang Imperial Palace before spreading towards the entire Chujiang city. At this moment, the gloomy aura spread throughout Chujiang city, causing those who weren't strong enough to feel dizzy. The profound energy in their bodies was about to freeze. Woo! In a short moment, the gloomy and terrifying aura made it difficult for people to breathe. Whoosh! Chu Jianghuang's body turned into a flash of lightning. Profound energy surged in his palm, and a black, baleful talisman master formed a ferocious ghost head. The ferocious ghost head was terrifying, as if it came from the depths of hell. It instantly shot towards Du Xiaofu. Woo, woo! The ferocious ghost head's palm descended, and it sounded like the wails of ghosts and gods resounded. Its terrifying aura corroded and destroyed everything, and it was like a devil from hell had charged out. But at the same time that the ferocious ghost head flashed down, Du Xiaofu's figure had already vanished without a trace. "Kid, you won't be able to escape. Nether ghost see." Such speed caused Chu Jianghuang to be surprised for an instant, and then his expression turned ferocious as black, profound energy that covered the heavens and the earth surged out explosively from his body. The black, profound energy instantly transformed into an enormous black sea of ghosts around Chu Jianghuang. The wails of ghosts and gods resounded within the black sea of ghosts, and black talisman markings condensed into numerous ferocious ghost heads. Woo, woo! The wails of ghosts and gods resounded as the black sea of ghosts occupied the sky. It was like the birth of hell, and the large expanse of ferocious ghost heads flashed about, causing one's hair to stand on end. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared within the sea of ghosts, and the strange black, profound energy was capable of causing all traces in space to appear. The gloomy ghost energy was sufficient to make one's soul tremble, corrode one's profound energy, and affect one's state of mind. It's not bad, but it's a pity that these things are useless against me. Du Xiaofu looked at the surroundings, and his eyes secretly flickered with some fluctuations. Then, as his hand seals changed, the talisman markings beneath his violet robe and soft armor fluctuated, and his entire body seemed as if it was about to emit lightning, and an oppressive aura instantly spread out. Rumble. In the sky above this part of the world, wind and clouds suddenly surged, and dark clouds covered the sky as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Crackle! The might of thunder surged and suffused the horizon, and out of thin air, numerous silver snakes wreaked havoc in the sky, transforming into numerous bolts of lightning that spread out. Suddenly, Chu Jianghuang seemed to have sensed something, and while he was shocked, the ferocious talisman markings within the black sea of ghosts were suddenly blasted into ashes by the lightning. The numerous bolts of lightning wreaked havoc, causing one's hair to stand on end. The silver snakes swept about, and the ferocious ghost heads were blasted into pieces by the lightning. Then, under the sweeping lightning that covered the heavens and the earth, the black sea of ghosts was half destroyed by the lightning, and in the end it became faint. Bastard! The sound of thunder resounded, causing the countless gazes around the Chu-Jiang royal palace to be shocked, and even the indistinct roar of Chu-Jiang-Huang could be heard. Speaking of which, Chu-Jiang-Huang was also somewhat unlucky. This move of his, Nether Ghost Sea, was his famous move that allowed him to dominate the world. Once he activated this move, even if his opponent was stronger than him, they would be greatly affected and not be a match for him. In these years, who knew how many famous experts of the spirit domain had been defeated by this Chu-Jiang-Huang's Nether Ghost Sea? Even those with higher cultivation than him did not dare to rashly provoke him. But this time, Chu-Jiang-Huang encountered Du Xiaofu, and that terrifying lightning was equivalent to the world's most masculine and yang object. The Yin Luo scripture that Chu-Jiang-Huang cultivated and the Nether Ghost Sea that he activated were both ghosts of extreme yin and extreme cold. They reinforced and restrained each other, and could not be resisted at all. Roar! A flood dragon roared, and at the same time that the Nether Ghost Sea was destroyed, a black flood dragon rushed out. The flood dragon's ferocious head was like a ghost's head, and its eyes were suffused with ghostly flames. It erupted with a terrifying aura that swept across the sky, and was actually able to block the lightning that swept across the sky. The terrifying flood dragon directly swept towards Du Xiaofu, its ghostly eyes glowing, and its killing intent overflowed to the sky. It wanted to directly kill Du Xiaofu. That terrifying aura swept across the sky, and it was not something that Jiming Emperor could compare to. At this moment, Chu-Jiang-Huang's bloodline demonized, and used his full strength, wanting to kill the youth in front of him no matter what. It's the dark nether ghost flood dragon. Ghost Child was already trembling under the terrifying aura of the battle, and his eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the terrifying flood dragon that suddenly appeared in the sky. That was the dark nether ghost flood dragon, and it was closely related to his 9 abyss ghost flood dragon bloodline. Another ghost. Du Xiaofu looked at the black flood dragon, his eyes still flashing with killing intent. With a wave of his hand, mysterious runes condensed into a stalk of grass that flew out. This stalk of grass had slender spiritual leaves, as if it was real, and mysterious runes flickered. As this stalk of grass flew out, the entire sky was filled with a suppressive aura that caused people's eyes to tremble. However, the aura spread out, and it made people's souls feel relaxed and happy. This stalk of grass was not inferior to the undying grass, and it was rare in the world. This stalk of grass could purify the spirit platform and suppress all evil. This was the Nether Insight grass, and its mysterious runes turned into a beam of light that suppressed all evil and ghosts. At this moment, the Yinghuang ghost dragon's eyes lost color, and it roared like thunder. Light overflowed, and a terrifying power erupted, wanting to break free from the suppression of the Nether Insight grass. It had to be said that Chu-Jiang-Huang was really unlucky. Du Xiaofu's lightning power and the Nether Insight grass were both his absolute nemesis. The Yinghuang ghost dragon struggled with all its might, and its eyes were as vicious as a poisonous snake's, filled with unwillingness. After demonizing, Chu-Jiang-Huang was unwilling. If not for the strange suppression, he felt that he could definitely suppress and kill the youth in front of him. Unfortunately, he was suppressed by everything. "Kid, you have some skills, but you can't do anything to me," Chu-Jiang-Huang shouted. He was a martial emperor at the peak of the mysterious realm, but at this moment he was so cowardly. "Break!" Du Xiaofu shouted. The Nether Insight grass spun, and the rune beam turned into a lightning bolt that swept into the Yinghuang ghost dragon's body. Walala! The terrifying Yinghuang ghost dragon was immediately destroyed, turning into broken mysterious runes in the air. Collect! The moment the broken mysterious runes appeared, Du Xiaofu was already prepared. He activated the Nether Insight grass, and a terrifying pressure spread out, turning into a whirlpool that forcibly sucked in the broken mysterious runes of the Yinghuang ghost dragon. "Kid, one day I swear that I won't let you go." The Ing Huang ghost dragon shattered, and Chu Jianghuang's body appeared. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his body mysteriously disappeared. His meridian spirit was destroyed, and he was heavily injured. At this moment, Chu Jianghuang, a martial emperor at the peak of the mysterious realm, actually planned to escape. Chapter 802. You Can't Escape. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the surrounding space trembled. Silver bolts of lightning shot out from the dark clouds in the sky and covered the sky. Crackle! Lightning radiated in all directions and emitted a black light. The space trembled, and Chu Jianghuang, who had just disappeared, suddenly appeared under the lightning. At that moment, Chu Jianghuang's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. His body was covered with a black, liquid-like, profound qi to resist the lightning. He shouted with a hoarse voice, "Kid, you can't kill me. You're just a martial king. You can't kill me. You can't kill me." As Chu Jianghuang's voice fell, a voice filled with indifferent killing intent directly rang out beside Chu Jianghuang's ears, causing all the hairs on Chu Jianghuang's body to instantly stand up. "I have already killed martial emperors." As the voice entered his ears, Chu Jianghuang's eyes were filled with fear. He didn't even notice how the other party appeared beside him. With difficulty, Chu Jianghuang looked at the mysterious masked young man who appeared in front of him. Mysterious lightning talisman runes flickered on the young man's body, and silver snakes wreaked havoc. He was like a god of lightning. To him, the young man was equivalent to a god of death. A terrifying pressure descended on this part of the world. At that moment, even Chu Jianghuang's soul, who was at the peak of the profound realm, was trembling. Human king. No, human emperor. No. Chu Jianghuang was shocked. Chu Jianghuang was shocked. He felt that the masked young man had activated a terrifying lightning martial vein. He understood that the young man before him didn't just comprehend the lightning profound. He also possessed a terrifying lightning martial vein. The aura of the martial vein was above the human king. It even seemed to surpass the human emperor. It's just the profound realm of the martial king. It's over. Boundless killing intent flashed in Du Xiaofu's eyes as a ball of lightning appeared in his hand. It was the size of a palm and slightly rotated. It caused lightning to flash and thunder to rumble in the sky. A large area of the sky froze and a destructive aura spread out. Then, it directly smashed towards Chu Jianghuang. At that moment, terrifying lightning spread out from the ball of lightning and an absolute violent energy was released. At this moment, Chu Jianghuang was simply unable to effectively defend himself. The densely packed and frightening lightning of destruction had wrapped around his body in a short instant. "Ah!" Chu Jianghuang's blood-curdling screams resounded in the sky. Lightning flashed and lasted for a few seconds before exploding in midair. Rumble! A sudden clap of thunder resounded, and dazzling lightning wreaked havoc. The sky was filled with silver snakes of lightning, as if it was the punishment of the heavens shaking the earth. Everything disappeared. The body of Chu Jianghuang, a martial emperor at the peak of the mystical realm, had also completely disappeared in midair. "You can't escape." Almost at the same time, Ren Yingying, who was fighting with Ling Yuanzi, shouted. Mysterious runes of talismans circled around her, like the twinkling stars in the sky. Accompanied by an extremely vast and ancient aura, it spread out from the graceful figure's body like a storm. "Kill!" Ren Yingying cried out as the mysterious runes of the talisman blossomed in the sky. Her hair danced behind her head as a palm imprint burst forth. A frightening power rippled out as it enveloped Ling Yuanzi, who seemed to be trying to escape. Puffed! Ling Yuanzi spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with horror as his body turned into a bloody mist under Ren Yingying's palm imprint. Whoosh! Amidst the bloody mist, a ray of light escaped, releasing mysterious runes of the talisman. It was Ling Yuanzi's primordial spirit. As a 7-star talisman master, he had condensed his own primordial spirit. If his physical body was destroyed and his primordial spirit escaped, he would naturally be able to survive in the future if he had the chance. However, Rin Yingying did not intend to let Ling Yuanzi's primordial spirit go so easily. She was already prepared, and a vast light enveloped the space. The vast light was like a star in the sky, imprisoning Ling Yuanzi's escaping primordial spirit within. Then it directly crushed it, completely destroying his spirit. After killing Ling Yuanzi, Rin Yingying's face was only slightly pale, but she was still calm. Compared to Du Xiaofu, she was less domineering and ferocious, but more calm, dignified, and holy. A 7-star talisman master and a martial emperor at the peak of the mystical realm were killed directly. They did not even manage to escape. Gulp! Liu Xiao, Gu Xinyan, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others all swallowed their saliva. On the other hand, the remaining martial kings of the Chu-Jiang royal residence, as well as the many martial lords and guards who had gathered around, all had fear in their eyes. Their faces were as pale as ash. Officer Qin was stunned in midair. He originally thought that his father and Ling Yuanzi would be able to kill Qiao Feng. However, Officer Qin definitely did not expect that the final outcome would be him watching his father being killed on the spot. I can't let you live. The moment after killing Chu Jiang Emperor, Du Xiaofu did not hold back at all. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he pounced on Officer Qin. Officer Qin was cold and cunning, like a poisonous snake. Most importantly, he was extremely talented. This made Du Xiaofu know that he could not let him leave today. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Qiao Feng, I, Officer Qin, swear that I will never let you go in this life. I will repay the hatred of killing my father 100-fold. Officer Qin shouted. His long and narrow eyes were filled with hatred. The mysterious runes on his body instantly swept out. An unpredictable and terrifying aura instantly rippled out from his body. It was the activation of an extremely powerful martial vein. Reap what you sow. You can't survive the evil you bring upon yourself. Du Xiaofu shouted. A fist that was wrapped in lightning pierced through space, shattering the space ripples. Amidst the lightning, it was dazzling and gorgeous. Then, it directly landed on Officer Qin's body. Sizzle! Officer Qin's body was instantly blasted apart. However, no blood was spilled, and no vitality was destroyed. Swoosh, swoosh! At this moment, a total of 8 figures swept out from the space where Officer Qin's body had just been blasted into pieces. Then, they swept across the sky in 8 different directions. The 8 figures of Officer Qin flashed and quickly disappeared into the sky. They weren't afterimages, but figures that were exactly the same. The aura fluctuations were exactly the same as they swept out in all directions. This change caused Du Xiaofu to be stunned. He could only watch helplessly as the numerous figures disappeared into the sky. That Officer Qin is a human king, so he should have a mirage martial vein. If we had known earlier, we would have been able to kill him. It's too late now. Ren Yingying stepped forward and said to Du Xiaofu, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, if Officer Qin were to escape, there would be some trouble in the future. If he escapes, then so be it. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the surroundings and saw that there were still quite a few martial kings and martial lords below. The killing intent in his eyes did not disappear, and he said to Guo Xiaofeng, Tang Wu, and the others below, those who made things difficult for you back then, they also had a part in it, right? Yes, quite a few of them have chased after us before. Black Eagle Tang Wu said, looking at the remaining Martial King Realm and Martial Lord Realm cultivators. He felt very relieved. Since it's like this, then all of you can die. As he muttered these words, an imperceptible fluctuation spread out from his body. Not good, Run. The remaining martial kings and martial lords, as well as the densely packed guards, didn't dare to stay any longer after they recovered from their shock. All of them immediately fled in panic. If even the Chu-Jiang Emperor was killed, then they would only be ants. However, the many figures below who were swiftly fleeing suddenly froze one after another. On each of their faces, their eyes were suffused with astonishment, and the hairs on their bodies stood on end. Crackle! In the sky, the heart-palpitating aura of lightning froze the space, and then it fell down like it covered the sky and covered the earth. Lightning swept out, and one figure after another was wrapped in lightning. In a short instant, one figure after another didn't even have the time to let out a shrill cry before directly turning into ashes. Bang! 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 After the first thunderclap exploded, more and more thunderclaps quickly followed. One figure after another was destroyed by the lightning, exploding into ashes that covered the ground. Within Chujiang City, everyone looked at the Chujiang royal estate with shock and astonishment. Heavenly lightning descended there, and the enormous and magnificent Chujiang royal estate collapsed under the heavenly lightning, causing the ground to crack. Mountains collapsed and the earth split. In a short period of time, the Chujiang royal estate turned into ruins and was razed to the ground. Someone saw a mysterious masked youth standing in midair, and his purple soft armor was wrapped in lightning, shocking the soul. It was that terrifying person that killed the Chujiang Emperor. Everything happened in a short moment. An entire Chujiang royal estate turned into ashes. Within the Chujiang royal estate, practically all the people with decent cultivations were killed. Only many old and weak women, children, and those with weak cultivations were able to swiftly flee while trembling. Seeing this scene of shock after shock, the general Liu Xiao, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others could only gasp behind them. Retracting his aura, his hand swept through the ruins below, and many cosmos bags appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. Under the sweeping of that thunderstorm, many cosmos bags were even destroyed within it. This isn't a place to stay for long. Let's leave first. After putting away many cosmos bags, Du Xiaofu said to Ren Yingying beside him. This was within the spirit domain, and such a commotion would inevitably attract the attention of many people, not to mention that official Qin had already escaped. Whoosh, whoosh! Then several figures flew into the air and left under the shocked gazes of many in Chujiang City. Too terrifying, the Chujiang Emperor was killed, and the Chujiang royal estate was razed to the ground. Within Chujiang City, countless people were unable to recover from their shock for a long time.